Okay, so let's get started. So while we will go through mostly a little bit into the theory part of advanced compensation, and I'll be sharing my screen. Let me know once it's visible to you all.
Yeah, it's visible.
Hi, can you tell something about you? Because I want to explore more on advanced compensation.
So moving on, I will start with the training phase. So as you all know, we are going to start our advanced compensation course. And as the first topic, there's compensation review process and participants. So basically, to start with Workday Advanced Compensation, these are the two things that we'll get introduced to. Starting with a quick agenda. So we will be going through a basic introduction of Workday Advanced Compensation. What are the core concepts for Workday compensation review processes within Workday? Budgeting and compensation reviews. So basically, since compensation reviews or advanced compensation means that you are kind of running a compensation cycle within the company, which means, for example, a bonus cycle or a merit cycle where there are appraisals involved or salary increments. That would be a Workday compensation review process. So what are the core concepts of these review process and the budgeting that is involved? Then compensation review process flow, a high level overview of how compensation reviews are conducted within Workday. There's a key tool involved, and we'll be spending a lot of time on the tenant on this, the configurable grid, completing the process itself, the finalization steps and the outcomes. Who are the key participants, such as the compensation administrator, planner? These are the most important roles for advanced compensation, and basically you have to assign the security role to the eligible participants. And then there are other important roles as well that we will go through in detail. And then what are the benefits of you entering into the Workday's compensation review process or advanced compensation in general? So yeah, those are the topics, and there could be some spaces that I may share some notes with you that are not on the PPT. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions midway as well, or at the end of the session we can do a Q&A as well. So yeah, two more topics. One is campaign readiness and key considerations, and touch point with other Workday functional areas. So yeah, let's move to the first topic, that's introduction to Workday compensation. So basically, Workday Advanced Compensation tool is entire module based on handling the compensation cycle within the company, and the awards, or in Workday language it's called awards, or the end outcome that would be expected at the end of the compensation cycle is through various compensation plans or compensation change itself. So if you worked in the core compensation domain, you would have seen that you can initiate ad hoc compensation changes for an employee where you increase their salary or change the frequency or anything. So that accounts for a compensation change. So through the review process also, if you are, it's a compensation cycle that is giving a appraisal or a salary increment for the entire company or a specific department, you can do that via the cyclic process where you pool all the employees together at one place and then kind of give them that salary increment through the process. And when that process is completed, it results in a compensation change for the employee. So similarly, you can also have bonus cycles or stock grants. Basically, the company sometimes also includes stock in various compensation packages. So to realize that, or to actually award the eligible stock grants, you can also have a compensation cycle for it. So, yes, that's what advanced compensation is. That's how it's different from core compensation. The core compensation module in Workday would be something to do with the employee's salary structures itself, like what do they earn in terms of a salary or an hourly plan, or and what are the different other plans that they have in variable compensation, such as, let's say, internet reimbursement or phone reimbursement and those kind of things. Advanced compensation handles the other parts of the employees' compensation, such as bonuses, stocks, and the increment cycle itself. So, going forward, the core purpose of this course will be to streamline the compensation process for us and help us plan and design and test the execution of payments through the cycle. So imagine your own company's population or strength. If there are more than 100 or 200 employees, you would not want to sit and manually calculate how much they should be getting in as part of a compensation process, right? So Workday will do that, all of that for you, and basically you just have to spend more time on designing the tool in a way that when you test the execution of payouts, it's accurately triggering all the values. So most of the times you spend more time in designing the tool because the process just only takes maybe a few clicks, right? So, and also Workday Advanced Compensation, this course, you will also learn how the budgeting is done or optimize the budget management for your organization as well, and how it is controlled or how the visibility to it is also shared. So, before we move on to the next topic, I would urge that I think with the ZaranTech module, I think you're getting a little bit of visibility to the HCM materials also here. So I would urge us to go to the learning site and check out the HCM materials as well, because at some point you would need to just know how HCM works. The module 5 compensation framework and the module 8 configurable security framework will really come in handy for you as part of this course. So additionally, if you can, go ahead and just research about a few core compensation topics. That would also be good if you have not taken a core compensation course before or don't have that experience. So the topics that I would urge you to kind of go through, and you can make a note of this: compensation plans, grades and grade profiles, compensation elements, and the compensation package. So these are some topics in core compensation that you can go through that will help you understand this course in depth. So moving forward, what are the core concepts within the compensation review process, right? Merit increases. Basically, that's the base pay changes. The total base pay can go through increment during this merit cycles, and you can also within the merit cycle include promotions, because many organizations also do yearly promotions. So within the merit cycle you can change the base pay of the employees and also have promotions involved, and typically this is once in a year with most of the organizations, but there is no hard and fast rule within Workday. You can launch merit as and when required and for a set population that is eligible for it. So that's about merit increases. Moving on to bonus. Bonus is more than what you earn as your base pay, right? So that would be additionally paid out to eligible employees. So it could be an yearly bonus or a half yearly bonus or whatever the frequency to it is. You can set up Workday's compensation review process to also handle bonus payments or have a cycle around that. Then stock awards, generally, additionally, yeah.
Could you please elaborate more about the merit increases and bonus payments, like with examples or something?
Yeah, sure.
Just a general example. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, for example, a merit cycle, and we will see all of this in more detail when we go into more in the topics in depth. So a merit cycle, for example, let's say, and to keep it non-complex, let's say the entire organization does a performance review, right? Yearly performance review. So merit cycle, you can have that opened up yearly as well and tie it to your performance. To give you an example of how most organizations have seen them doing this. So if you have, let's say, the year that is considered is from January to December, and then for 2024 January to December, you would do a performance review, let's say January 2025, and depending on the performance of the employees, there would also be ratings, right? So if an employee is rated, let's say, high performer, and there's a medium performer and then a low performing individual. So if we are wanting to base pay increments or targets based on that, we could also drive the cycle in the same manner. So all the high performance, let's say the business decides that they will be getting at least 8% hike, and all the medium performers will get 5% and the low performers will get 0%. So now imagine an organization with 100 plus or 500 plus employees. You can map their ratings to display or populate within the compensation review process how much they should be getting as an increment, and Workday would auto calculate based on the budgets you put in there for merit what each one of them is eligible to get. The tool puts it in a table format in the inbox. So whoever is supposed to give the increments, in most cases it's the manager itself, they can go into the tool and see, okay, this is what Workday is pre-populating or proposing, these are the ratings, everything shows up in the same screen beautifully, and you can just make the changes right there and see your budget dynamically moving. So if, let's say, Workday proposes $1,000 for, but I just want to give her $800, I want to just push $200 to someone else, so you can readjust the amounts and do the merit cycle in the system. So that would be more on the merits front. Then bonus payments, again, bonus is very subjective from organization to organization. In that space, you would have to have certain bonus plans. So it could be a leadership bonus. Only eligible people are based maybe on a management level, or from a certain management level, the leadership bonus can be given, and you want to set up that eligibility and do a bonus payout for the leadership, you can do that. Or if you have a company based bonus for all employees, you can set up a plan and do a bonus cycle to give out a bonus for everyone in the organization. And or you can set up a plan that weighs out both company and individual performance together, and you can say, okay, 60% of the bonus calculation should depend on the employee's individual performance, 40% should be company performance. So that way, Workday also allows you to kind of blend different, elements to the bonus payouts and calculate a singular number for each payout, right? We'll go more into depth and see these plans, how they are utilized during a compensation review process in depth. But just to give you an idea, I just shared those examples. Any other questions or follow-up questions, you can go ahead.
That like company performance and individual performance we are talking about, right? So we will see those in the configuration, everything, right? In depth in future.
Yeah. We will see how that is done on Workday.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so to move on with the next topic. So shared participation. Shared participation as a concept, it's basically a feature or a business process step that we will be configuring as part of this course. So what it allows you to do is, like I was mentioning, you can set up a compensation grid, right? That shows up on the inbox of certain people. So who are these people? It would be the managers, or you can also, in some organizations, or when it's leadership, sometimes they delegate this to the HR. So the HR also can be part of this process, where they responsible for viewing and editing the employee awards within the tool. So if they receive an action in their inbox, basically they can actually propose those awards. So the planners, or the compensation planners as a role, compensation planner role, has to be assigned to these people, and they will get the inbox item as soon as you launch the process in Workday, and they can edit the amounts, or kind of insert the awards there. And it's also a very dynamic inbox action, where whenever you make the changes, your budget would automatically adjust. So the planner gets a real time view of how much budget he's left with. Is he going overhead, or he can use some more to propose better awards in the system? So yeah, you can definitely have more than one person doing the merit or doing the compensation review process in general, but it's advised that this access is restricted as much as possible, because even though the tool is dynamic, what happens is, if the HR has made a change and then a manager comes in and makes another change, it does not get recorded. Like you would have seen in Workday, there's a worker history for each transaction. But because this is an inbox item and you're really just going in there and just updating numbers or dynamically moving the needle there, it does not submit as a task, right? It is still an in progress task. So I will give you better examples when we are able to get into the tenant. But yeah, just to keep in mind that keeping the access limited as on the share participation step also is important. So only maybe eligible HRs and the managers can have this access. Any questions here? I mean, we'll see everything in depth. This is just to get you more accustomed to the concepts right now. Once we get into the tenant, you will see exactly how these things work with examples. Okay, moving on to the budgeting concept and compensation review. So the budgeting concept basically is for budgeting the compensation cycle. So in our example, let's say it's a merit cycle, and the company has $50,000 for giving as merit or increasing the base pays of all employees, right? So it can be that the business has specific strategies or policies around it. If they want the technology department to have more budget than the marketing department, or vice versa, they can select or customize that in Workday. So they can say, okay, these are the supervisory organizations, and they'll have to we have to configure that on a top level organization. So following a hierarchy, they can also build a custom org to assign the budget. So basically you need a top level organization in Workday that holds all these eligible employees. So let's say we have a tech manager or tech VP. Let's take a top level here, and there's a marketing VP, right? And both of them have the teams just rolling down right below them. You can assign the budget at that level, and Workday will break it down to whatever target percentage the employee is eligible for. That is the bottom up approach over here that we see. What it means is, let's say we are all in the tech department and we have an eligibility target of 10%. Now, Workday will calculate from the bottom on each employee that 10%, 10%, 10%, and tell, okay, this is the budget and this is how much each one of them can get. And if you throw more complexities at Workday, such as evaluate their performance, make it basis the rating and or the tenure per se, Workday can also calculate those numbers. And you can also set up a range, like I want high performers to get a hike within the 8 to 10% bracket, for example. You can design that within Workday. So what Workday will do is it will take all your rules in consideration, all your business strategies or requirements, and then calculate for each employee from the bottom, right? From the entry level to the highest level who's eligible, who is going to get how much within the cycle, and it will show you in the grid. So that's bottom up approach. Now, let's say that you don't like it or you want to change it for one particular team that you think hasn't been performing and you don't want to assign so much to that particular team and it can be used to a better high performing team. You can do something like that as well. So the alternative approach comes here into picture, which is a top down approach, which means the entire budget pool or the budget amount is assigned at the top level, and you're not asking Workday to calculate for each one, but instead you are doing it. So you can assign customized numbers from the top coming to the last employee, and that's called the top down approach. So you can do this manually, but there's also a way to kind of load the budget in. So if you have like decided who gets how much and what the structure should be, and you don't want to follow bottom up approach, you can tell Workday, okay, this is the designated budget for each and every team in the company or each and every group in the company, right? So that's how budgets are managed within Workday.
Here a question. So
Yes.
in bottom up approach, you are telling, right? So we are giving, it will be calculated based on the individual as well as for eligible everything, right? So it will be auto calculated whatever the setup we are giving, right? Target percentage to everything.
Yes.
And for the top down, sorry, in case it is exceeding more percentage for top down, if they are fixing a dark level, then they will change it also, right? Later on.
Yeah. So basically, once you once you freeze on it, the next steps follow. So budget is one of the very beginning steps where you need to define who's getting how much, right? So top down approach is more like you are telling the system despite of how much target there is. Let's say I have a target of 10%, but I only have the budget for 5%. I can choose top down because then I can decide, okay, this is the amount that should reflect for each one of them. Or you can change the target itself to 5% first and then do the bottom up so that Workday calculates accordingly. So it gives you the room of flexibility, the top down approach, basically to put custom numbers. Like even if you see calculated numbers that Workday is giving you, you can go in and change it from the org level only. So for example, there's a manager A and manager B. Let's say manager A gets $15,000 as budget and 10,000 for manager B, and both of them have 10 employees in there. Once you define at that manager level that this is the budget, Workday will break it down for you, or you can choose to do it manually for the teams as well. So, and in the case of, where there are more subordinate organizations, or, you want to assign it at a superior manager level, you can do that as well. And there are options to load in the budget also in the top down approach. The key difference is that bottom up approach will not give you the option to edit anything. It will just calculate the numbers. You get to verify whether or not it is showing up correctly and go to the next steps. In top down approach, you get the option to edit, right? And calculate it according to what you want from the top level.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes. Any further questions? Okay. So moving on, over here it's more descriptive. So like I was mentioning, Workday calculates the individual employee targets for each award type based on the defined compensation plan. So if it's a merit plan and the individual target is at 10%, it would do that calculation, and all the amounts will be aggregated to determine what should the budget amount in total be, and Workday will give you that number to say, okay, at total, if everybody is at 10% or there are various groups at 10%, 8%, 5%, Workday calculates everything and for all the eligible people and tells you, okay, this is going to be the initial budget that you will need for the rules that you have set up. And then you can also change the budget if you require to. The alternative is the top-down approach. You can opt for a custom budget where you decide already what the budget is and the award type at an overall top-level organization, and then you can customize the numbers coming down to the employee levels. So in the default or the bottom-up approach, you get the number from Workday, like this is going to be your budget. But on the top-down approach, you already tell Workday, this is my budget and this is how I want to divide it. So that's also a very key difference between the two. And going forward to the...
And
Yes.
the custom budget which we're talking, right? Suppose we determined this is the overall budget for the organization level, but we defined individual targets also, right? With the bonus plan or something. So in those cases, if it is exceeding that budget, whatever we are defined at the plan level, what will happen?
Yeah. So basically, Workday will not leave anybody out. What it will do is, even if you have decided the target is at 10%, right? And with the custom budget, there's only a budget of giving everyone a 5%. Workday will make sure that it's divided in that same range, like 5% each, unless you set up matrix. So there's a concept of Workday matrix where you get to tell Workday that, let's say, tech department, or if it's individual performance based, then high performers should get a calculation around between the 5% to 10% as a range. Then maybe the other department or mid performer should get between 4%, 2 to 4%, right? Then what Workday will do is it will try to adjust the amounts in a way that everybody gets it within that range. Some people will get 5%, some will get 6, some will get 7, based on Workday's calculation of where the employee stands with their current compensation. That's where it also reads the data from your core compensation. So let's say I'm a high performer and I have another peer of mine, person B, he's also a high performer. But let's say that on the compensation range, right, there's always a compensation range. So if I am, let's say, just at the entry point of the range, I can have a better hike or a better merit, then Workday may propose 0.2% more for me on the grid. But person B, let's say he's a little ahead of the midpoint of the range, compensation range, already on his salary. Then Workday will propose a lower target for them. So somehow it manages to assign the custom budget in a way that everybody at least gets some amount in there.
Okay, so that will be the requirement basis.
Yeah, it's all requirement driven.
It is not that the target will not be achieved if they are defined at the plan level, even though. Okay, thank you. You can move on. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. So let's move forward. Next up is the compensation review process at a high level. So basically, this would be how the business process also works, where you initiate the process, and these are the concepts we just went through: the budgeting, participation, shared participation, and the compensation grids. These are the setups that you will have to do in advance and then move to setting up your business process, right? So while the shared participation step gets done in the business process itself, at least the grid, and there's also a compensation review template. We will go through those core concepts soon. There are certain, configurations that have to be completed in advance first. So once you've done with most of the configuration, you will configure the business process, and this is how it would look, right? You will set up the initiation step, and then there are planner tasks. So like we were discussing, the person who puts in the awards or edits the awards in the system is called the planner. It could be the manager, most likely it is, and certain HRs if they're given the access. And then the planner receives those tasks, does the award proposal, and there's a way through the shared participation step that you set up on the business process. You can have the proposed numbers or awards roll up to the next level. So if a manager's manager needs to approve, they can also approve, or it can go up till the top level of the organization itself. It could be even the CEO that needs to make the final approval. So it depends how you set it up and till where the process should flow. And then there is also a finalization step, right? When you finalize the entire process. So in depth, this is how it works. The compensation administrator, and in all cases, this should be the compensation consultant or the HRIS or HR tech, whatever your team is called. It should be you guys. It should not be any of the end users or HRs. So compensation administrator gets to launch the process for the selected plans, and you can have more than one review process together. So you can club two things, like if you want to do merit and stock together in the same grid, you can do that. Or if you want to keep them separate, you can do that as well. So you get to launch the task, and then the planner or the managers who are the compensation planner will get the task for their own reportees, or whichever team is supposed to be under them, that they need to give the awards for or propose the awards for. They get the inbox action individually. The planners then basically propose the words on the grid. Then there's a hierarchical roll up that you can do. So if a manager has proposed for all of them, the manager's manager can approve, and it can go up till the top level. Or if you want to decide, okay, it should stop at a certain level, that could also be done in the setup. Then finalization, the compensation administrator, after the last approval is received, you get to see the overall status of the review process in your tenant. So if you see all of it is successfully completed, you can finalize or move forward with the next step as well. And once you finalize, you will also see the compensation change on their profile, right? So before moving on to the configuration grid, so when you before finalizing, you get to see the entire process. Like there could be certain that is still in progress. The compensation admin also gets the access to advance it to completion. So if somebody has not proposed any awards or does not want to do it, they can choose to not do it, and you can manually advance the process ahead. Or let's say that a manager has submitted something that he wants to change, you can send it back as a task to the manager as well, where he can make changes and then resubmit for the manager's manager approval. So these steps are also possible, and you can share access in various roles, but more likely the compensation administrator is also responsible for these steps. So that in a high level is the process flow.
Can I ask one question here?
Yes, sure.
Can you go to before slide? Here we have here anywhere like shared participation coming, right? Which step actually here?
It would be in the business process only. So somewhere between initiation and planner tasks, before the planner is receiving it, you configure that within the business process. So as soon as you initiate the process, it that step kind of triggers the shared participation step, and then the planner receives the task.
Okay. In the shared participation, what will happen? High level, you told, right? Something security wise, right?
Yeah, so basically the compensation planner, whoever is the planner for that particular cycle, they will start receiving inbox task in their inbox. So they receive a task where they get to select the merit awards within the inbox item itself.
Okay.
So yeah, we will definitely see these on the tenant, and it will be making more sense, because right now it's just a lot of words and jargons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll exactly show you what it is and how it is done. So
Okay.
yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Any other questions?
No. Promise.
All right. So moving on, the configurable grid. So this is the grid that actually goes to the inbox of the planners. So it's basically a customizable report kind of a format where you see columns and rows of data within the compensation planning task, right? So for each employee, you can configure what you want to show on the grid. Do you want to show their job profile, their title, their management level, where in the compensation range they are placed, or the compa ratio, it's called in Workday compensation terms? What is the performance rating? How much merit was proposed last year? Everything that you can think of that will help the manager make the right decision can be displayed on this grid, right? So typically the relevant employee data fields, award entries, and budget for each award type is visible on this grid to the planner. So then they can, for each of the employees, scroll through and just make the right decision. So we will also configure this grid, so more to come on that. Then moving on to the completing the process of finalization process. So there are 3 cycles that we see, and like I said, you can club more than one cycle together and have 2 different grids coming in the same inbox item. Maybe if time permits, I will show you how you can do that also, like a brief walkthrough. But yeah, there are 3 main cycles. First is the merit increase. Workers' base pay is updated, effective on the compensation review process effective date. And I will be sharing some notes around the dates in a bit, which I would like for you guys to make a note of, because I think that's something missing in the PPT. So yeah, merit cycle is basically the base pay of the workers that get updated. Bonus awards, bonus payments that are processed for workers on an effective date again. It also ties back to payroll. So it really depends on what the payroll earning definition is for both bonus and merit. So for example, let's say your bonus is effective 15th of the month, right? When you finalize the cycle, let's say that you're finalizing in August, and September 15th is the effective date of the bonus you have selected. Now, does that mean that the employee gets immediately paid on 15th September? It could be that they're not paid on that particular day, but on the payroll date, which is the day they receive their paycheck. So if it's a monthly candidate receiving a paycheck every 30th of the month, then giving him a bonus award on 15th, or having a completed bonus transaction on 15th, will only be actualized on the 30th on his paycheck, right? So that's how payroll earning definitions also comes into play here. So depending on the effective date of that month, whenever the next paycheck is, the amount should be reflecting on that. So a lot of payroll integrations also get tested during this time with the payroll teams, right? So one thing to keep in mind if you're building and testing these transactions. Then stock awards. Stocks in general do not come on a paycheck. They are usually handled or administered by a third party application. So let me give you a simple example. So stocks could be awarded through different programs within the company. It could be a hiring cycle where the employee gets hired with a compensation package where stocks are involved. So maybe certain part of his compensation is actually stocks. And what companies do is they basically assign a number of stock, let's say 10 units, and it can be only vested after an year, let's say. So you get to decide who are the eligible folks holding the assigned stocks, and then when the vesting period starts, who should be granted the stocks, right? So you can give the manager the discretionary action where he can choose whether or not the person should still get the stocks or not. I mean, it can be conditionalized also, like if it is performance based stocks, right? If you want to give it to only 2 people out of the 10 people in the team, you can choose to do that as well. It totally depends on how the company decides to do the stock cycle, and more or less, this is handled by a third party application. So it wouldn't be reflecting on your paycheck, but it will definitely reflect as a transaction in Workday, and you should have an integration or at least the data sent out through a report to the third party tool that can make a note of these are the stocks that are granted to this person so that they can utilize it as required. So those are the three main cycles of compensation process, or when you complete the process and when you finalize. These are the three kind of transactions or award types that you will see in the system.
There's flows happening, right? Time finalization and posting hour. Any timeline they will have, like this much time we need to give the window to finalize the process.
Yes. So it depends on, the company to company. Some companies choose to give a week, some companies can give it a month. So it's completely on the business and completely on the company itself. As in comp admin, you can run various audit reports or various status reports to see how along the process has come, how far along the process has come, if you're at 80% completion rate or 70% completion rate. So all that is also possible. So as a comp admin, you can always consult with your, finance team or compensation team or the leaders themselves that, okay, we are at 80%. I think we should give 2 weeks to complete the rest of the 20% and send reminders to those managers. You can do that. Or if the company itself has stipulated timeline that after this date, no one else gets the access to change anything, then you can just manually advance the process completely and it just completes on its own. So it completely depends on the company, what the timeline should look like. And the comp admin is the person who gets to do the final steps in the system. So there is no hard and fast rule from Workday's end as to how long you need to keep the process open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So those are some really good questions everyone has. So thank you for bringing them up. Yeah, before we move to the steps of the merit event, I just wanted to introduce you guys to certain dates or the concept of what these dates mean. Because when we configure on Workday directly, you will need to know what these dates mean. So if you like, you can make a note and I will see if I can share this with the ZaranTech team to implement in their PPT as well. So yeah, the first one is the initiation date. The initiation date stands for the day you are initiating the process, not the effective date. So it could be also 6 months before the effective date, depends on how many days, months, weeks you want to give the business to complete the cycle. That's the initiation date. Most of the business processes you would have seen in Workday has an initiation date tied to each of those events. Then there is a process period start date. So this is a cyclic event. Process period start date basically means the day the cycle begins, right? For the evaluation or Workday to make calculations. So let's say that during a compensation cycle in August 2025, for the year January 2024 to December 2024. I basically want to evaluate the entire year's performance of last year now in August for all employees. So my period start date would become Jan 1st, 2024, because that's when I want Workday to start calculating everything. So you can note process period start date as the day one of the review, or Workday evaluates the time frame of the compensation process from this day. Then if so, what happens is, and how Workday kind of considers this date, as to give you an example. So from Jan onwards, I would have multiple compensation change, or a target percent on merit would have changed if the business made some decisions that could have changed, or she might have simply moved to a different role where compensation changed. So depending on those changes, Workday will make the calculations. So if, let's say, the target is at 10%, but her compensation has been $100 and then $200 and then $300. So for 2 months, it was $100 at 10%. Then the next 3 months, it was $200 at 10%. And then let's say for the rest of the months, rest of the 7 months, it was some $300 at 10%. So the prorated amount Workday will calculate from the starting date of the period, which is the period start date, which is why it's very important, right? Similarly, the period end date. That's when Workday will stop its calculation. So it will consider the 365 days in the year and calculate what are the changes that were made and how much that person is now eligible for. So the period process end date marks the date of the conclusion of a specific period. Next is the effective date. So the effective date should be...
Sorry. Just wondering if you were sharing your screen on the topics you're covering right now.
Yeah, this particular concept is not in the PPT.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, if you could just take down some basic notes, I think it can help. Just the name of these dates. I will definitely re-explain when we are in the tenant and show you where these are seen. But right now, unfortunately, it's not in the PPT, but I feel like this should be shared so that going forward in the future, you guys know what this means and why is this even showing up on Workday. Okay, so yeah, we were at effective date. So effective date is the date when the bonus payout or merit payout or stock awards take into effect in Workday and show up as a transaction. So effective date should always be after the period end date. So if my period end date is December like last year, you can make the compensation effective maybe in Jan, Feb, or if you don't want to do a backdated cycle, you can make it effective in August also. It depends. So it should be that recommendation is that you don't have so many months of gap, just to make it more of a simpler calculation. I was using that. But if I was doing a compensation cycle in August, I would rather take the dates till June, right? From last year June to this year June. So my period start date would be in June and period end date would be in June. And within a 1 month's cycle period, or that July month, I would keep the cycle open and then make the compensation effective in August. So that would be the planning that you need to do with your organization, that if this is the period, then when the effective date would be, it should be after the period end date and within a smaller gap, so that you don't have to face issues when you process the compensation in Workday. So that's effective date. And then comes the organization snapshot date. The organization snapshot date captures the org structure and the employee details at a particular time. What it means is, organization snapshot date is very critical for a compensation review process, because when the review is open for that particular month, let's say, right, there could be changes still happening in the system, or you may have taken the last year into consideration, right? Within the 6 months of this year, there could have been changes that has happened already. I could have gotten promoted already. But let's say you don't want to consider what is happening this year. You want to consider it for last year or until a particular date only. Then you need to define an organization snapshot date. So if I say the system, Workday has to check on this particular snapshot date. For example, if I take it as August 1st, it will make sure that whoever was Anindita's manager or manager in 1st of October will have to be the planner, right? If she's had, not 1st of October, sorry, 1st of August, if she has a manager change on 2nd of August also, it's the manager on 1st of August, manager A, let's call him manager A, that gets the budget for and will give the awards for in its and in his inbox. Whoever is the manager on person, if the person B is the manager on August 2nd, that person will not receive Anita's budget because the organization snapshot date is set up for manager 1 to do the compensation cycle, right? And the logic behind this is, for the last year, this would be the manager who would have seen my performance and rated me and knows me, how I work, and would be the rightful manager to actually propose the award in the system. So technically, you will have to figure out the date basis of which who will receive the budget. Workday will decide that, right? So after that date, any of the changes will not be considered. Similarly, same with the job details. If I have been a compensation specialist, and let's say on August 5th, I've changed to compensation senior specialist, Workday will consider me still as a compensation specialist at my previous salary in the grid because I'm defining the snapshot to do that. Okay, so you can put such dates in Workday, and this is one of the most important dates that you do put. And if let's say that most cycles you don't want to include somebody who's already gotten promoted, so you can also exclude them from your eligibility. So Workday gives you that option also. So that will never show up on the grid, and then the budget also remains for some other employees who have not gotten the chance to get promoted. So this date will basically is a snapshot date. So it looks back in time and fixates, okay, this is the values, manager, compensation, job profile that the cycle will consider. I know it might sound a little confusing, so I'm giving a little to
Actually,
understand.
if you put the dates and show visually something like in Excel or something, it makes somewhat clear.
Yeah, maybe I can do that. Just let me.
With those dates, like a snapshot date, an example.
Yeah, let me open text box. Just show. So let me use a whiteboard or something. Share this. Yeah, are you able to see the whiteboard?
Yes, Anita.
Okay, so let's say there is a initiation date. Let's say I am initiating this process on August 1st, right? And I want to take in consideration the last year till August 1st of 2025. So 2025, right? So my process period start date would be 1st of August. Yeah, 1st of August 2024, and my period end date or process period end date would be 30th of July 2025. So I am covering the last year for all employees, and my compensation review process will have to look at the compensation to be proposed or awarded basis on the data it calculates on, that is within these two dates. So between these two dates, right? Let's say we have an employee X who has a target of 10%, right? He could have gone through a job change, right? And his salary increased to $200. Then after 3 months, he could have gone through another job change or just salary change, and his salary now is $400. So now Workday will have to, let's say for the first 3 months, this was at 10%, and this is for the rest of the year, let's say 9 months, right? So Workday will have to calculate 10% of this salary plus 10% of $400 for 9 months. So it will do the calculation on a per day basis and basically throw a number that this is how much the person should receive for the year 1st August 2024 to 30th July 2025. So this is an award or increase that Workday will, a tenant will propose for the year so and so, right? So that would be the calculation that Workday will do and show you the amount, which is why the period process start date and end date are important in the process. If you don't define this, then Workday will not be able to make those calculations. Now, the effective date. Now, when do I want the salary to be really effective? Let's say I want it to be effective as of 1st September because I initiated this on 1st August. So my company should have a month to complete the cycle, right? I would have initiated this on 1st of October, on August 1st, right? So if by 30th of August they don't complete, I will move it to the advancing of the next levels, and so that they can receive their payment or have a Workday transaction showing the amount that was proposed as of 1st September. So that would be an effective date of the transaction. And then obviously payroll date will matter. So since it's effective on 1st September, let's say if it's a bi-weekly paycheck that the employees receive, they will receive it on the 15th, to take a simpler example. Or if monthly, they will receive it on the 30th. So it depends on the payroll date. But from 1st September, their salary would have changed as per what I'm defining right now. Right now, coming to the organization snapshot date, I'm not able to scroll. So let me move this box thing. Okay, make it smaller. Okay, so the org snapshot date. So this date has to be in between 1st of August and 30th of July 2025, somewhere between these dates. It cannot be after the effective date or it cannot be after the period end date. Then it has no significance. So let's say I put this as 1st January 2025. So what I'm telling Workday is consider all the job changes within Workday until 1st January 2025, and then make sure the rightful person gets the budget, right? So let's say person B has a manager A until 30th of December, right? And then his manager changes to manager B. No, let me take this till first. And then on 2nd Jan, it's manager B, okay? So in this case, who will receive the budget? Will it be manager A or manager B? It would be manager A because we have defined that the snapshot date is 1st of January. So what happens between 2nd of January to 30th of July, that's not going to be considered in Workday. So manager A will receive the budget and the employee will show up, person B will show up on the inbox task to propose the merit for manager A. And this date can be up to you. The only condition that you need to keep in mind is that it should not be after the process end date and it should be before the effective date for sure. Yeah, okay. So any questions, any more questions, please feel free to ask.
So here also job profile changes something you're telling, right? Will happen those dates, right? Before our snapshot date.
Yes.
Something. Okay.
Yeah, the job details also will be considered from before the snapshot date.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And
the
Anita, we'll
next,
also look at all of this in tenant as well, right?
yes, absolutely. So the other date is visibility date. So this can be, let's say, since my effective date was 1st September and I don't want them to, let's say all my employees are getting paid a monthly salary and the pay date is 30th of September. I don't want the employees to see their updated comp till the managers have communicated it to them. So you can set up a visibility date that is after the effective date in the system. Let's say I don't want them to know until the 25th of September that this is the hike that has been given to them or the merit increase that's been given to them. I can set up the visibility date as well to, let's say, 25th of September, while the transaction is already effective from 1st of September, right? But till the 25th of September, employee does not get to see it on Workday. Only on 25th of September, they will see, okay, there is a new pay that I'll be receiving and it will show up on the compensation view of the employee. So you can set up the visibility date also along with all these other dates. And basically, the visibility date is for compensation transactions only. So if you choose to do promotions as part of your merit cycle, Workday allows that within the grid. You can promote employees alongside with processing merit. But what it will do is the visibility date is applied only on the compensation transactions and not the promotion transaction. It's a functionality that only works for compensation. So if they are promoted, they will very well see it before the 25th only because it's effective 1st of September. But if they are only given the compensation hike, then they will, if the visibility set is set to 25th of September, then they will only see it after 25th on the system. So that's the last one here, the visibility date. Going back to our presentation, let me reshare that.
You mean that letter will be already shown, promotion letter you are saying, before the visibility date, right?
It's up to you. Like, when do you want to release the statement? You can do it before the visibility date or after.
Okay.
Yeah, that's also a topic to cover for us later in the course. So we'll also see how the statements are distributed in the system.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions before we move on? Okay. So next up, we have the steps that happens after the initiation process. So basically, once you've configured everything, you will have to initiate the process. So once you initiate, these are the steps that you will see happening on Workday. There is a step called Manage Impacted Employees. In this step, you get to visualize who are the employees that have parallel or conflicting events in Workday during the compensation review cycle. Which means that since you're initiating a completely new process that will decide the employee's future compensation, you should not have anything that is effective after that effective date or something that is in progress in the system, right? So if I'm saying that 1st September is the effective date of the compensation that is going to get proposed through this process, and let's say somebody has a new compensation effective after that date, let's say 10th of September, or has an in progress compensation change in the system, Workday catches those employees, shows you on this list so that you can either have them removed from the process if they're not eligible, or just simply cancel those transactions, or rescind them and initiate later on if required, right? So that's the view you get, how many employees are impacted and why. There could also be future dated terminations that you would want to kind of check before adding into having them added in your review process. So you get to see all of that in this step. Then once Workday has evaluated how many employees are part of the process and will be part of the process, it starts to configure the pools, which is the budget pool. So here you get to see the number of employees. So let's say 500 employees initially were getting pulled into the process, of which you deem 100 are ineligible because they're already getting promoted or having progress transaction or whatever, right? So now Workday will only calculate the pool for 400 people as compared to the 500 that you initiated the process with, right? So you need to very strictly define who's eligible and who will stay back, who will not in this step, and then you configure the pools. Here you get to select the approaches we discussed, whether top-down approach, or the bottom-up. And once you define that, you get to distribute it. That's also a step. So it gets distributed among the planners that are there in the system. And then you basically launch the process. Once you launch the process, this inbox step or shared participation step triggers. This is where the process kind of takes the longest, because you would keep the cycle open for a while, right? At least a week for everyone to complete their awards in the system. And then you can or cannot, it's an optional step, release compensation statements. So this is more descriptive here. So initiating process will be basically defining the key dates like we have discussed, the process period, start date, end date, effective date, snapshot date, and what plans do you want to have this compensation review process, whether bonus, stock, or merit. You get to select that. Then what are the compensation reason that should show up once you complete the cycle on the compensation change. You get to select that. What kind of organization type you want to make eligible for this, whether it's a supervisory org or some custom org where all the employees are placed, right? So that Workday can easily identify, okay, this is the organization and I need to basically consider them in the review process. Then, you can also have identify participant search reports through which you can see who's part of the process and who's not, and you can add them later as well. And we'll see all of that, how you can do it on Workday. And then Workday uses the process period end date for eligibility and proration calculation. So end date is as important as the start date. So keep that in mind. Manage impacted employees. You can address any in-progress staffing changes and set coordination rules to say, okay, if this is the transaction, remove them from the process. If this is the transaction, keep them added. You can also set up rules over there and then configure in pools. You can define different pool parameters and set the calculation approach. You can also allow holdbacks or overages. So holdbacks mean that you have decided to give your organization a budget of $50,000, but you would really like to hold down a $5,000 reserve just in case, right? So Workday gives an option to hold back also, and it also allows you overages. So if let's say you are defining the budget at 50,000, but it's okay if it goes another 5K a little towards the outside of the budget, and you want to allow it, you can also set that up for the groups of eligible employees you want to. So that's also possible to do in the step at configure pools. Then you distribute the pool or allocate or redistribute the budget pools to all organization units. So any questions on the process? All right. The next step would be to launch. So once you have the budget in place, you know who is part of the process as per your manage employee step, and you know that, okay, these are the people going forward. You go ahead and launch, right? After you have reviewed the final steps and the budgets, then the manager receives or the planner receives the inbox item or the shared participation steps. So authorized participants could be also HRs, so planners and authorized participants enter and review the pre-populated awards. If you choose the Workday to have a pre-populated award in there, they get to review and make changes. Once that is done, you do a finalization step and then release the compensation statements in Workday. So there are various ways. You can either use a Workday delivered format, that's the most easiest to do, or you can have a custom letter, compensation letter as per your business requirements, and you can use either the BERT reporting tool to kind of build a custom layout, or you can also use the Workday document designer for designing your letters. So yeah, that's how compensation reviews would be done in Workday with all these steps.
So in this session, are we covering BERT and Workday document and tenant? Are we going to do?
No, we won't be covering that in this session. We will see how to generate and distribute as compensation statements as a step. But yeah, we won't be covering BERT as such.
Our Workday document?
Workday document as well. Like we'll go with the Workday delivered letter. I can show you a little bit if time permits around the Workday document, like how you can pull fields and then pull the letter on the business process briefly. If time permits, I can show you that as well.
Yeah, it would be great if you had that.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep that in mind. Okay. Moving forward. Yeah. So now you get a visibility of the roles that are there in Workday, and which are important for the entire process to happen, right? So compensation administrator, like I said, should be you guys, the person who knows Workday and who's configuring the entire process. It shouldn't be any of the end users, because this role is central to managing and overseeing the entire compensation review life cycle. The key responsibilities that come with this role is to initiate the process, configure various parameters including eligibility rules, organization types, rules with authority, create, edit, and review the awards. So you can also override whatever the planner would have put as a value, right? Meaning, if the planners have put some awards in there, the comp admin can edit those until final approval has happened in the system. So if let's say the board has asked you to make some changes for certain employees, you can do that even after the process has been submitted to the next level. But overall process has to be basically in progress for you to do it. Until the last approval has been given, you can make those edits. You also get to schedule important compensation milestones, like the cycle itself. When will you release the statements? When is the manager going to discuss with the employee? Because basis of that, you will also have a visibility date in place. So yeah, you are the main participant to tell your business or consult with them that Workday will consider these dates. So we'll have to plan accordingly, right? Or marry your business strategy or the compensation review requirements to the system. So you become that bridge, and you get to select what are the organizations or plans you will be including. So if there are certain organizations you don't want to include in a certain cycle, if they're not eligible, this is where this role will help you do that. And then you will also be responsible for assigning the planner role. So you will have to work with your business, identify the individuals who will be responsible for planning, approving, and reviewing these awards that they will have to propose in the system. So that's the comp admin or compensation administrator role. Okay, there are more things that you can do. So you have to identify individuals that would be doing the planning, and then managing budgets, process staffing changes during active reviews. So what this means is during the cycle, you would not want, or typically it's recommended that there are no other conflicting staffing transactions be done in the system. So if, let's say, throughout the month of August, I have kept the system open for new compensation to be proposed. During the same month, if there are promotions or compensation changes or conflicting events, then Workday will not be able to complete the transactions through the review process, because there's a conflicting transaction that has been placed in the system in the month of August when the review was also in progress. So Workday gives you an option to kind of freeze the system. You can decide what are the kind of transactions that can happen in Workday during the open period or that campaign period, review period, whatever you call it. During that time, what transactions should not definitely happen because it will interfere with your upcoming compensation transaction, which will be effective 1st of September, right? So, yeah, so you get to also choose whether or not you want to override that freeze period, if there is one, and process any important transactions. So during that time, it's recommended that you do not let the employees, managers, HRs, or any of the end users use Workday for any of the compensation changes. Rather, it comes to you and you handle it outside of the cycle, or there are steps to kind of do that. So, yeah, so it's basically going to be controlled by you. And then, yeah, you get a view as a compensation admin in the system of the control page. This is not visible to any other participants in the cycle. So you get to see a real-time view across the participants and organizations as to where the process is and how much is still pending. So it will always be there in your inbox till the finalization happens. The last step would be to finalize the compensation review, and that would trigger the compensation change or the bonus award, bonus transaction, or the stock transaction in the system. So from the starting to end, it's you who is basically controlling or facilitating the entire compensation cycle. So this role is a super user role in advanced compensation. Then comes the planner role. So typically it is assigned to managers with direct reports who are eligible for the compensation review. So the managers get to propose compensation awards for their employees using the tools and information provided. And since on the tool or the grid, you can set up different information points like we discussed, job details, performance details, everything that you want the manager to have a visibility of, you can put it in the grid and they can look at that and make their decision to propose the awards. The key activities that they would be doing, the planners, they receive and act upon the inbox tasks for compensation planning. They utilize the configurable grid to view and employ data, budget allocations, and make the award decisions. Then they submit the proposed awards, which then roll up to their manager or manager's manager for further review. And then they can initiate various compensation changes and perform fiscal processes for their team through this review process, right? So those would be the key activities within the cycle that they will be performing. The next or the other roles that are important for compensation reviews is the HR partner or the merit partner. So this role is slightly less, powerful. They basically can manage compensation tasks for the assigned organizations only. So that way they have a constrained access or restricted to only the orgs they support. So for example, if the HR partner is supporting America or USA, and there's one more HR partner 2 supporting APAC or Asia Pacific, you can assign this role to them and they will only see the values or compensation reviews for their particular, particular region. right? The USA HR partner will not be able to view the APAC process, but they will all be part of the same process. So that's how the constraint rule merit partner comes into play, and they can perform compensation management tasks for the assigned organizations only or assigned regions only, and they can report on reviews. They can fill, or if you give them the access to, they can autofill merits or act as a processor of merit. Like some of the managers, if allowed in the company, can delegate or want the HR to do the edits, you can define that on your security configuration for them to have access to view, edit, review. And then high level managers, they are more like, to just oversee the cycle and support the compensation admin during the review process and review and modify any awards that they are eligible to do so for, and ensure broader alignment, right, with the organizational compensation strategy, and work alongside the comp admin to kind of translate that into the Workday system. So that's the merit partner role. Other support roles or designated security groups that you will see in Workday being part of advanced compensation is the shared participation group. So it can be people who are viewing, advancing, completing the task of the process itself. And then employer self, they get to see the compensation transaction after the finalization, pay slips, tax documents. So basically, it's the employee group itself that gets to see their documents. And then at a broader level, like at a very, very high level, you can also set up a compensation committee that determines and approves executive level compensation, right? So usually you will see once you start working in the space that the compensation cycles are differently handled for the executive leaders in the company or officers in the company, and the employees have a different compensation cycle. So usually it's a compensation committee that determines and approves the CEO and director level compensation or executive officers compensation. And you will use the same module as such for processing the cycle as well, just that the population is kind of picked out of the general population and done in a different cycle. So yeah, you can also set up a security group that has exclusive access to just that overall compensation details for everyone, right? So yeah, provides general oversight of Workday's overall compensation structure, policies, and practices. So this is more of a view access kind of thing that can be assigned to various members in the team or even end users who should have access to all of this, but not everyone. Very select few, along with the compensation admin, would be recommended at this level. So yeah, so coming to the benefits of compensation review, since now you have an overview of how things work, and we'll go more into depth because definitely a lot for one day, but you will basically, once you start doing it, you will know that it's very efficient and helps you become very efficient in decision making. So you're always informed. Enhanced collaboration, because through the security groups you can have multiple people partner and see what's going on in the system. So there's strategic compensation focus, and there's equity focus because you also get to plan stocks. Obviously there's efficiency and transparency, and then you have data driven rewards, right? It's not based on just random bias that somebody's awarding something to someone. It's all data driven because it's coming in the system itself. So if you want to look at the pointers here in depth, so informed decision making basically gives you access to real-time data, dashboards, and reports. So you can look at everything and make an informed decision. Enhanced collaboration is basically seamless teamwork between HR partners, stakeholders, managers, and any other teams that are involved in this process. Strategic compensation, basically, it elevates compensation from just an administrative task to a strategic process, because you need to really discuss the strategy, how this whole process will play out, and make that happen in Workday, right? Also, there is a tool in Workday called the Pay Equity Discovery Dashboard that helps you in comparing compensation of different peers, different teams, different job roles, and you can see what are the pay gaps, and if within the same team, if there are people at different pay levels and they need to be established parity between them. Compensation cycles are a good opportunity to do that, right? And then efficiency, you also see reduced end-to-end compensation planning time, because it's all system driven. You need to make sure that it happens within the cycle, because you cannot keep your system on a freeze forever or keep a cycle open for a very long time, right? So it kind of allows you to drive strict rules around your timelines as well. Then, it reduces end-to-end compensation planning cycle times, provides employees with visibility to their total rewards through on-demand statements. On-demand statements is a feature you may or may not enable. So they can go ahead and employees can choose to get a statement on demand. So that's also a feature that is available if you want to enable it. Driven rewards, so facilitates pay for performance model. So you can always tie back to performance, but it's not compulsory. If you do have the performance module, then you can definitely have Workday interact with that as well. So going forward, it's about the campaign readiness and key considerations. So business process configuration, you will have to configure the initiate compensation review BP, which is a fundamental business process, and it may need to be created if the advanced compensation module is completely new, or you may have a existing business process that you can modify year on year. Then you have to clearly define what are the plans that you'll be using, merit, bonus, stock, and include specific eligibility rules. Then you also have to consider effective dating. Precisely, you'll have to define and manage the process period start and end dates, the effective dates for, eligibility proration, performance ratings that will be considered during that period. So, any questions that you have so far?
Yes, thank you so much for just a quick question. So, it happens to be my first day working in a field where they would be depending on me a lot for advanced compensation. So, if you were to be in my shoes, what are the steps you would take? What are the questions you would ask on your first day to better understand how to help the organization?
Yeah, that's a nice question. So, Emmanuel, do you already have the compensation module available, advanced compensation module? Have they had done compensation review processes before, or is this the first time they're going to be starting looking at advanced compensation in Workday?
The company has done it over and over again, but just with a compensation specialist or a director. So they've done it for years, but this will be the first time I will be joining at that capacity. I only know about like the HCM core, benefits, recruiting. This would be my first-hand experience with advanced compensation.
Okay. So as your first day, I would think that you, whoever has the experience of doing it before, if you get a hand of somebody who can explain you, that'll be great. So you can, ask them, start with what your organization really does in the merit cycle, right? Like, try to understand their policies, because system, once you understand what the intention is, I think you will make sense of the system automatically. So like, what is the cycle they follow? What is year on year? since they've been doing it, does the timeline change, which would in Workday terms translate to the start date and the end date of the cycle, right? Is it, mid-year last year to mid-year this year? Like, what is the cycle, right? And what are the kind of plans, targets, eligibilities? Get an understanding of that. Are there different departments with different targets in the, sorry, there's background noise, I got distracted. Yeah, if there are different functions with different targets or departments, how do they do their merit cycle? That's the basic question. Like, what all do they involve? Is there performance involved? Is there any other factors that they consider outside of performance? What exactly is their strategy, right? How do they even get to deciding the budget, or maybe what approach they follow for budgeting, and how do they have Workday reflecting it? So I think understanding the cycle in general, like a storyline, like this is what we do and this is what we've been doing and this is what we will be doing this year. If you get an understanding of that, the Workday tool will make sense to you as well, like how it is being designed in your organization. Did
Yeah,
that make
thank you so much. Yes, it does.
Yes, typically I would, focus on the eligibility, the targets, who all are eligible, and what there will be some custom things, right? Like somebody who's hired, let's say, in the middle of the year or only in the last 2 months of the compensation cycle that's beginning, they might not even be eligible for it because they just joined, right? So what are those elements that you see in your company and how it is defined? If you understand those aspects, I think then we can definitely even have one-on-one sessions if you require to understand how Workday set up at your organization. So we could discuss that at large as well later on. So yeah, so basically we covered what Workday Advanced Compensation is, what are the core concepts, how is budgeting done in Advanced Compensation, the business process flow within the Advanced Compensation module, like how each and every step plays out on a high level. There's also something called the configurable grid or the compensation grid that we need to configure as part of Advanced Compensation. And we will go into each of these topics in more depth, since it was only more of a high level introduction to these topics. So won't be covering them right now, but yes, going forward, we will see each of these topics like playing out in a session or in the tenant itself. So I would urge us to regularly attend the next coming sessions, right? And then we also had discussed the finalization process and who are the key participants or the key security roles that you would see, such as the compensation administrator role, which would be basically yourself as the HRIS or HR systems or whatever you call it. As a Workday consultant, basically it's going to be the role that you will have, as that's the super user access. Then there's the planner who plans the awards or the merit inputs in the system. And then we also covered some other key roles or participation roles and the benefits that Workday compensation review process in general has. So if you don't know what advanced compensation is, it's basically a comprehensive tool that manages and basically helps us administer the organization's compensation cycle via using compensation plans. So basically, you will see that most companies have a compensation cycle, right? In terms of giving employees promotions or compensation increments or hikes, appraisals. All of that happens in a cycle format, meaning in some companies, they judge your performance for a year, give you performance ratings, and basis of that, they have compensation updates or yearly increase, right? And some other companies could have completely altogether different requirements for giving compensation merit year on year. So everything can be done in Workday, as in you can tie your compensation to your performance module and ask your compensation module to calculate what would be the increment percentage or amount that should be given to a person basis of their performance, right? So that's how advanced compensation comes into play. Well, that was merit cycle in general that we call it. There's also bonuses and stock grants that you can do this for. So there would be instances where you will see bonuses having like an annual or a yearly, bi-weekly, quarterly cycles in different organizations. It works differently. Wherever there is a cycle involved, you can have advanced compensation, decide what would be the amounts that they should be getting, and then through the configurable grid, you can trigger an action to the planner's inbox for them to look at the numbers, edit it if required, and go forward and finalize. So same cycle for bonus also can be done, and same with the stock grants. Basically, company stocks are also part of certain compensation structures. Especially, we've seen this more closely if you observe the leadership or the executive leadership in companies. They usually have a part of the company stocks in their compensation structure, or even there could be different programs in the company where the high performers or the exclusive talent gets certain stock grants in their packages as well. So they are also paid out on a cyclical format, but not from Workday. That's the only difference. Stock grants, although the data is in Workday, as in who's gotten how much in their compensation package, and then what they will finally be getting as a grant could be altogether different and driven by performance or other factors or the company's performance itself. So basically, whatever the end result is, so if somebody's promised, let's say, 1,000 units of some random company X stocks, he may or she may end up getting only 500 or 800 of those units, depending on these factors at the end of the year, or whatever the vesting period would be, right? So all of that award gets captured in Workday but fed into a third party tool later on through integrations, and then the payout happens, right, for stocks. So in a nutshell, that's what advanced compensation stands for, and each of these processes are super detailed. So we will definitely go into the module to understand more about this within the tenant itself. So to go forward, we had covered all of this and we were going to start from here. So basically, every company would have a campaign, right? Or it's called a campaign season in most companies, or cycle. It depends from company to company what they're calling it. But basically, what are the key considerations for you to be ready for your compensation campaign or compensation cycle, right? So the first thing that you have to consider is to have to initiate compensation review BP in place, which basically is responsible to run the entire cycle, have clear definitions of your plan, including eligibility rules. That would be the merit plan, the bonus plan, and the stock plans, and have clear cut eligibility rules to say who's eligible for those cycles, right? Because once you launch the compensation review process, Workday would automatically evaluate who is eligible for that particular cycle and pull those employees into the campaign. Effective dating. Effective date is very important. We did go through a few important concepts or dates, so I would also urge you to go through recording to kind of go through that. It's also available on the LMS portal. So period process end date, as discussed, is super important. It marks the end date of the cycle for which you are evaluating. So for example, you are doing a cycle in August for last year to evaluate the performance for all employees for last year. and propose a merit percent increase for all the eligible employees in August, right? So you have to select a time period before August or before the effective date. So that would be the process period. Start date would be somewhere last year, July 2024 to this year, July 2024. So that would be your period start date and end date, right? And then the effective date should be after the end date. Compensation statements, it's critical that you understand what the business requires, and we'll go through briefly as to what Workday delivers in the space of compensation statements. But you can also create custom statements through BERT reporting and Workday document designer as well. Data accuracy, ensure that before the cycle starts, you need to ensure as a consultant that all your HCM data is super clean. Employees, job profiles, performance ratings, everything is up to date, and there are no in progress events that can impact your compensation campaign. Training and communication. So yeah, if your users are not used to Workday, especially the planners, we have to also indulge in giving them trainings. Different touch points that are there in Workday that advanced compensation interacts with: payroll, recruiting, core HCM, performance management, I think are the key ones. So you don't need to know everything about this, but basically what a touch point means is that the data feeds each other, right? Like the modules feed each other. So for example, the awards that you will be proposing in a merit cycle in the compensation review process will ultimately talk to payroll and say, hey, this person has got a salary increase, and from this particular day it's a new salary. So that's how it touches payroll. Recruiting is a more of a feeding tool when it comes to compensation, because that's where the compensation is getting decided and the eligibility gets decided, right? Like who should be getting what kind of compensation during hiring. It's something that gets entered into Workday, and that becomes the employee compensation. Through core HCM, it could also change right after hiring. They could be moving into positions, getting promoted, moving into other jobs, or just getting ad hoc compensation changes. So yeah, it could be changing over a period of time. And performance management, like I was mentioning, you can also tie performance to your compensation review process, and basis of the rating that was given last year, you can have Workday calculate what should the increment look like, or what should the award look like for this cycle. And absence management and benefits. So absence management is more to do with the proration rules in Workday. Like for example, like if somebody's been on leave for a month or 2 or 3, there could be policies within the program, the campaign, that you don't want to pay for the months that they are not present, right? The bonus, because they have not worked for those months. So you can try absence management to Workday and to the compensation module and say, okay, the people who are in this particular leave for these particular days should not be eligible for those days, right? They get paid for the 9 months in the 12 months in the period, but the 3 months they are absent for, they don't. So you can ask Workday to calculate the amounts in that fashion if you want to exclude certain absences from your compensation module, right? Advanced compensation module. Okay. So that's more of, this is also giving you an idea of how it relies on the data sets. So that's about the first module and the one that we completed. Any questions so far, or you can go ahead and ask in case you have questions from the first module.
Actually, it's a generic question. How many classes does it take?
We have planned for up until 3 weeks and more, like 3.5 weeks. So to say 25 to 30 hours.
Okay.
Okay. So moving forward, can you see the slides for compensation review business process that I'm sharing?
Yes.
Okay, great. and some, like, I think you will get the tenant access by, so from we will start using the tenant and doing the configurations. That way you can also use the assessments and the lab material to start your own configurations as well. So yeah, to get started, so basically this particular session is going to be about initiate compensation review business process, which is the business process that is used for configurations for the award processes within advanced compensation. Why is it critical? How do you set it up? What is the generalized flow? We have already looked at the generalized flow, so we'll just have a refresher there. What are the critical business configuration points? What would be the outcome and outputs of a completed business process? How to manage employee participation. That's also an important one. And we'll cover some of that topic even. And then, yeah, best practices for compensation reviews. So the initiate compensation review business process is the one that kind of governs what happens in Workday during an open cycle or an open compensation campaign. So it's the core workflow that drives the entire event, right? It provides basically a structure to the entire cycle where it is a stepwise process that will ensure that you are doing everything in a structured flow. It also makes it possible for you to track instances that are done through the business process steps and audit them or have reports based on them. So it's kind of important that you use the business process for awarding compensation changes or reviewing them. Yeah, so it gives you like a lot of control and has efficiency throughout the process. And this is more of, like theory. So I would ask you to revisit the slides on these parts, maybe at the end of the session or later when you get some time. And if you have any questions, you can definitely ask them when we are in a session. So moving on to the implementation part of things, right? So what is key creation and what is actually configuration? So if your tenant does not have the initiate compensation review business process, it could mean that the company has not used the advanced compensation module. So when you create the business process, you have to always create the default business process type or the primary type. So for that, you will select create business process and then select initiate comp review to start your configuration of a completely new business process. But most likely, most companies by now are used to advanced compensation and they may already have a BP called initiate compensation review. If so, and you need to create a new one, you can create a new one and make it a rule-based business process which runs on a basic certain rules, right? So if you have two business processes in your tenant, you want to use one for merit because the steps could be different for that, and one for bonus. You can do that, right? You can just have a rule in the business process to say if the cycle is for bonus plan, then you initiate this particular business process, which has maybe lesser steps or more than the initial default business process. But mostly in my experience, I've seen the default initiate compensation review business process is used for merit, and then you can make a copy of that for other processes if required. So that's the initial setup. So like I said, not always will you see a default business process present. If it is not existing in your tenant, you should go ahead and set that up. Once you set the initial version, make sure you're setting up the specific set steps and the condition rules that will trigger those steps, and then assigning the rightful user groups that will get access to these steps, right? So we went through the process ourselves. So I will just go through briefly on this, but there's more in session recording as well. So initiation is done by the compensation administrator. The administrator, basically the Workday consultant, launches the process because they are the ones that own the system, right? So they launch the process after they have defined the eligibility and scope. They also configure and distribute the budget pools. There are different approaches for the budget pools that we covered in the yesterday's session, so you can go through that. So yeah, they also make sure the budget that gets divided among different departments for the merit cycle. How does that get distributed? That's also taken care by the compensation admin. Then the launch exactly happens through the initiate, review, compensation, BP flow. So once this is launched, the planner receives the task, and this is where the configurable grid, you'll see me mentioning this 100 times, and we will be configuring one soon together. So yeah, that particular grid kind of is the action step that goes into the planner's inbox. And in that grid is basically, it contains all those employees that are eligible, should be getting the merit, and the manager can input awards, right? If the Workday tenant would have given some pre-calculated values, if you set that up, Workday will do that. And let's say the manager wants to shuffle around some numbers, he would have the edit access to do so as a planner, right? And then the shared participation award. So basically, what it means is, once this shared participation step allows the awards to be accessible by managers' entire hierarchy, meaning that the manager's manager also can enter the tool and see what is being proposed. If he wants or she wants to make any changes, they can do it, right? And communicate to the manager that for your direct reportees, I think this is what works. So it basically provides a transparent platform where discussions can happen and then the words can get into the system. Also, it kind of gives an iterative solution where when the manager submits the task from their own inbox, if they have 10 associates for which they have awarded the merit in their inbox, and they submit that task, it keeps on going till the next level, right? Till the last level. So once the manager submits, it goes to the manager's manager, and so on and so forth till it reaches the CFO, CEO. So you can also look at Workday and have that designed or configured, like till what level you want that to go. Or you also have formal approvals that you can take through approval chains within the business process. And then finally, once all of it is approved and done, as a compensation administrator, you finalize. Meaning, once you click that finalize button, and there are 2-3 more steps right after, Workday would generate a compensation event on the employee's profile to say he's going to get so much compensation effective so and so date. So finalization basically means that the cycle is complete, and whatever the awards would have been entered by the planner or the manager would now start reflecting on the employee's profile. Then the release of compensation statements, totally optional though. Not all organizations opt for it. You can release a compensation statement to say, congratulations, this is your new salary, blah, 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 right? So depends on how you want to design it. And then you can also release statements. I just quickly went through that. Any questions on this? Okay. Yeah.
Shared participation. So without their manager approval, also we can proceed with the further steps, right?
Yes, you can. So it's an optional thing, but it's usually recommended that you at least have one more level of approvals included.
Okay.
Once like you at what point like this data goes to the payroll, like a compensation thingy?
Yes.
At what point does it touch base with? I mean, at what point it reflects in payroll as such?
Yeah. So like we were looking at the finalization step. So right after this step, once this is completed, the business process will show as successfully completed. So it will basically record a new compensation on the employee's worker history, or on the compensation for the employee. It will record a new line of transaction. Just like if you've seen core HCM or core comp, you can basically request compensation change, right? Similarly, finalizing this process will automatically place a compensation change event on the worker profile with the effective date that you have selected for the cycle. So in our example, if I've selected August 1st, let me say September 1st, right? And I complete the cycle from September 1st, all the employees that went through the cycle will have a new salary, and the payroll will pick it up as per their payroll date. So if they are paid bi-weekly and have a paycheck date of 15th of September, they will receive it on 15th. The new salary they'll start receiving from the effective date, right? Or if it is a monthly payroll, then they will receive it on the 30th. It will become effective on 1st September. So it depends on when the payroll cutoff date is, and depending on that also you should make the decision as to when you want the comp to be effective, because in the next very paycheck after the compensation effective date, they will be seeing the new salary.
Okay. Additional question regarding that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Like in the merit, like merit ranges and the corresponding compensation ranges, right? Say if it is like merit 3, right? So you get say for 1.5, 1% to 2% range, right? So but exact amount, who decides it? Is it manager's manager, or is it a compensation related admin? Who decides that amount, exact amount, and at what point that amount is inputted in the system?
Yeah, that's in fact a good question. So basically, there is Workday giving you the numbers. You can auto populate it depending on whatever you said, right? There is a range, and you can go through the session also once, because I was speaking about an example related to this. So let's say there is a compensation range and there is a performance rating involved. It depends on how you want the system to kind of give you the pre-populated numbers as reference. You can make it editable to the manager or manager's manager to have the final say, because whatever they input, if it is an editable column, whatever they input as the new percentage increase, that will only be finalized, right? If they see that Workday is giving a fair calculation, then they might also just go with that, right? It also depends on how much budget they are allocated. If you are configuring Workday to allow overusing the budget, or you want to hold back certain amount of the budget and not give everything within the cycle, just hold back for some other purpose, right? So you can design the system to do all of that. The system will give the numbers, and managers will have the final say. Most of the times it's the managers or the planners who have the final say into how much who's getting. So we'll see all of that in very detail in the tenant when we start our configuration. So you will see how the calculations are happening.
Okay. I mean, at the shared participation stage, right? Is it okay?
Yes, I will also be configuring compensation matrix, comp ratios. You will get to see those. So we'll also do a lot of configuration just before the shared participation we reach that space. So it will all come together. Like by each step, you will know, okay, this is how Workday is using the calculations.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. It could sound a lot of like, if you're completely new, please don't worry. We'll be doing a lot in the tenant soon. So it can be overwhelming to see and just like listen to all of this, but it will make sense soon. So moving forward. So these are the steps in detail. You can go through them and see how theoretically this plays out. So how do you initiate, define the eligibility, configure and distribute the budgets, launch the awards. Shared participation is where the planners look at the configurable grid through the inbox task and propose the awards. It basically flows from there to various parties and the management hierarchy. If you have other approvals, you can also configure them, and then basically formal approvals happen, and then you finalize, and then you release the statements, right? So as a compensation administrator, you are a super user in the system. As the advanced compensation consultant, you get to initiate, configure, monitor, and finalize business processes, and also look at there are scenarios where you may see exceptions being made or employee participation moving here and there or changing over the cycle, so you get to decide and edit the system accordingly during the compensation cycle, right? It would be something that you will be involved with. Then managers basically are the planners who receive the task in their inbox, propose the award, submit the task, and they are basically the decision maker. While Workday gives them the recommended compensation, they still are the decision maker, as in they get to edit the numbers and decide who's getting how much, and then through the approvals it gets approved, right? Yeah, so high level on managers or approvers, they are the gatekeepers, and they basically get to decide who gets how much, and they can approve, deny, or review, or even send back. So if, let's say, a manager has proposed some awards and the manager's manager wants some changes, they can send back the review for the updates. HR partners and merit partners, their role mostly is to, have data validations in place, review the steps, have specific roles, and you can decide how much access they get. Sometimes we see managers wanting HR partners or merit partners to also participate, meaning edit the numbers. So you can share the access with them as well through the merit partner role, and they get to also edit the numbers in an absence of a manager. Workday system basically is the system we are doing all of this in, right? So it's the orchestrator here that plays out the entire event and applies the rules wherever applicable. So crucial points when you are configuring the business process: make sure the sequence of actions, reviews, and approvals makes sense. It should be like a storyline. It should start, and then somebody should be awarding, and then any reviews, approvals that you want to configure, you can, and then you configure finalization, and then the release of the statement. If you configure it in a wrong order, then obviously it won't work. So make sure you're doing that. Condition rules are very important. It depends on what you are asking the business process to do. So if there are approvals that should go to, let's say, outside the shared participation, you want approvals to happen through a peer manager or some other HR entity, or the compensation team itself. If you have such requirements, you can have condition rules to say, okay, only route this to the compensation team for the second approval, right? So you can do those. Security groups have to be assigned. So the compensation team in our example should have a security group in Workday, and they should be a part of it so that they can receive this step. Notifications, basically automated emails or Workday notifications for task assignments, approvals, deadlines, or process milestones. Sometimes we see Workday delivering system notifications around these actions, but if you need more custom notifications, you can also design those in the business process. Due dates and timelines. So you can also set target dates for completion and manage the overall process timeline. Validation rules, reasons why somebody cannot enter the business process, right? So it ensures data accuracy and adheres to the compensation policies during the award entry. So if you have rules that say you cannot award somebody with a rating of low performance or below average, or I don't know, maybe, below performance rating, and they should not be getting more than 2%. Let's say we want to define that validation, you can, so that managers don't spend more budget on employees that should not be getting more than 2%. So, just as an example, so you can set up validation rules. Then, integration points, right? Like there was a question on payroll. So if payroll is not integrated, well, they will never receive the information. So it's very important that whichever payroll systems or stock, third party stock enrollment systems that you have in place, they are integrated at Workday and they pick these events, right, in their feed files. Configurable grid setup, it will come up again and again because it's the step that gets launched, and you will see what all can be entered in that step as an award, or it's basically the proposed compensation steps within the BP that you need to consider and set up. Outcomes and outputs of the completed setup. So formal closure is basically BP reaching its final step, signifies the official end of that review cycle. So the final step is basically finalizing the process. Updated worker compensation data. Once you have completed the business process, you will see a compensation change in the case of merit increases applied to employees' base pay records. So they have a new compensation event with a new effective date in the system after you have completed the process. Bonus payments also are something that happens through Workday, right? So once you complete a bonus cycle, a bonus payout event is recorded into Workday, just like a merit increase. A bonus event also gets into Workday. And according to the payroll schedules, they also follow a similar pattern of payout. So if it is effective 1st of September, they will receive it in the next coming paycheck of 15th or 30th or whatever their pay schedule looks like. Stock grants are formally recorded in employer profiles, but they are fed into third party systems to say, okay, this is the grant as an end result of the cycle, and that should be processed or vested in the third party tool. Creation of compensation events. Permanent records of the changes are logged into the employee history. So basically, when you give a merit increase, it creates a compensation event in the system. So, like I was saying, you can also audit this step. So, everything that happens through the BP, all the approvals and actions are basically timestamped, right? Because it's a BP step that gets completed. All of these completed steps can be audited, and you can also have reports reporting on them, right? To just see the status as to where the compensation review process is currently in the system. For all of the managers, you can also run reports to see this. If configured, you can also distribute compensation review statements. So before we move on with the next topic, I just want to quickly show you the tenant. Let me log in. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the configurable grid, and
Yes.
that would be like my emphasis for this class. But I just want to ask a quick question. I know we will have a session on that. Does order matter when it comes to the configurable grid? Does the way you arrange the grid matter in how it calculates, or does it not matter?
Yeah, that's a good question. So honestly, the grid is more for a display. So it can be as per your convenience, like how you want to display the data. It will not matter how it calculates it though, because the calculations are happening in the background and getting displayed on the grid. So the calculations happen through different configurations, such as the compensation matrix, the merit plan that we will be setting up, and various other factors, like if you want to tie your performance to the compensation matrix. So those matrices actually take care of the calculation, and we will also be configuring those in our classes. So grid is more of a display of everything that is happening in the back end for the manager to make the informed decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And
Yes.
all right. So this is the business process, and as you can see in this tenant already, we have a default definition. So if I scroll down, you would see that most of the actions here is actually sitting with the compensation administrator. So that's the most important role that you will see being used by most of the compensation consultants, right? So as you can see, we'll be briefly touch basing on this concept as well. Once you initiate, there is a step for manage impacted employees, which we will soon start discussing. Once you complete that step, this is where the configuration of pools happen, the budget pools, where you get to select what approach you want on the budget determination. So whether you want it to be top down approach or bottom up approach, you can configure that. Once you have configured and you're satisfied, okay, the distribution makes sense, it's been fairly distributed, and you want to move to the next step, it goes to the distribute pool step, where it gets distributed to all the managers or all the planners in the system. This is where you launch the process. So when you do this step, it basically, the grid reaches the manager, right? And when you basically do this step, the shared participation step also kicks off. So you can configure the participation step, and we will look into this in detail. Once you share the step or basically launch the process, and managers also receive the step as complete employee awards, they basically go into their inbox, start entering the numbers or approving those. Once all of that is done, you get a step called finalize within this, like in this stage itself. You finalize it as a comp admin, and then you also release the statement if required, right? So we will see the configuration for this one also. Basically, we will see the configuration for each of the steps in detail, but on a high level, this is how the business process looks like. Okay. So moving on to our next topic, which is manage employee participation. And like you saw, that was the second topic there, second step. All right. So manage employee participation within the business process life cycle basically means that, like you saw, it's the very second step in the process. So first you have to initiate the process, and the second step is the manage employee participation step. So what it does is, once you've initiated the process, like we discussed, it will be open for a certain period of time, like maybe a month, a week, or 2 weeks, whatever is the time the managers will take to actually complete the merit awards, because usually it takes some time for the entire organization to have put in their salary increments, right, in the system. So during that time, during an in progress review, there could be new hires who are joining, there could be employees who are returning from leave, there could be employees who are leaving the company, right? So in case of terminated employees, they'll be leaving the company. So all of this could be happening in that month. So how do you handle these cases in your review process period? So Workday gives you a solution for that in the advanced compensation space, where you can set up rules to say date-based rules and concept-based rules to determine whether or not they should remain eligible, right? So it's called the participation rules in Workday, and we'll be covering that shortly. So you can decide whether, when a new hire joins, how the compensation review should react, right? If the new hire should be included in the review process or not. Most likely, generally, because they would have just joined and the evaluation period is actually backdated, or the last year's evaluation that you're conducting, new hires, most of the times they're not even eligible for it, right? Because they just joined with the fresh salary. Employees returning from leave, though, they could be coming back in mid of the process and they become eligible, right? Because they have returned from their leave. So you can tell Workday, okay, anybody returning from a maternity leave is now eligible. Or let me take any other leave type. You can tell Workday what leave type you want to specify, that only these people are eligible if they come back. If certain leave types are not eligible, still after coming back also, you can also define that, right? There's terminated employees who are no longer eligible. If they're leaving in mid of the cycle, if you have a cutoff date or a snapshot date after which they're no longer eligible, Workday will automatically remove them from the in progress review process. And you can decide whether or not that person's budget should remain with the manager or not. So he could use the unused budget for the terminated employees leaving for somebody else. So you can decide whether or not the budget should remain, or if the employee leaves, his budget should also be removed out of the pool. You can decide on those also. So yeah, budget contributions also, you can decide on those. Then you have something called the proration rules. So proration rules is basically something that determines the partial eligibility and then calculates the target amounts for that partial period. So if somebody's joined in the middle of last year, he may be just all eligible for the 6 months worth of merit. So Workday gives you that option to put in proration rules to say, okay, he's only eligible for this much. Leave duration, like we were discussing, if out of the 12 months or 11 months, they have been on a leave for 3 months, Workday will calculate the amount for the months that they were actually in the system. So you can put the proration rule for that as well. And then there are other concepts also, like if during the last year might have gone through 3 different job changes where her salary changed 3 times. So every time there was a new target. First, she started with a merit plan at 2%. Then the merit plan target was increased to 5, and then maybe dropped to a 4, right? Because different jobs have different targets, maybe, right? So maybe she was 3 months with 2%, 3 months with 4%, and the rest of the months with 5%. So for those 3 months, there'll be a prorated amount. For those 2 months, there'll be a prorated amount, and so on. Workday will sum it up and then show it on the grid to say, okay, this is her suggested comp basis of the targets over the last year. So you can put proration rules to that extent. Then timing, employee participation changes are typically managed after the BP has launched, but before it is finalized, right? So these rules help you during the in-progress process. During the in-progress process, they will analyze, calculate, and make your life easier because it's happening on ground when the process is in progress. So after finalization, you should not even see any errors with the numbers or miscalculations, because if you set these rules up correctly. Yeah. Any questions on the participation rules, on the concept of it?
You can't say it's fine.
All right. Okay. So monitoring and tracking of the business process steps, I think we just briefly discussed, but you can use different reports that are provided or delivered by Workday itself, like the business process transaction awaiting action. It will show you what reports are available. What is the status of the compensation review process, whether everyone submitted it, how many are pending. You can copy this report and modify it to your requirement. You can use delivered reports on BP status step by organization or individual. Budget utilization reports, if they are available, you can use them or create new reports around it. And there's also something additional as compensation administrator you will see in your inbox. It's called the compensation administrator control page. This is basically a dashboard for the admin to kind of get an overall progress view of all organization and participants. So on a dynamic basis, whenever there's a submission, the dashboard updates and tells you how many are pending and how many are complete. So you can view this in your action once you launch the process. Custom reports, you can definitely, use them for auditing and testing. So you can compare the list of employees, and this is a very essential activity that we do every time you launch new process, new cycle. So you compare the list of employees that the business process deems eligible and what's expected from your HR or organization. Sometimes there could be some misses or additions because the eligibility rules may not read exceptions well, and business can make exceptions, right? Or the company can make exceptions. So it's important you compare the list once you launch the process in your sandbox testing environment. You get to see who all are getting picked as for the cycle and who are being missed or who are being additionally added. So you may have to launch more than once in your sandbox tenants, which is okay to actually get a sense of how things are working. So definitely testing matters a lot. Like from a project's perspective, for yearly cyclical events, I have seen at least 1 to 2 months spent in just testing first and then doing everything in production. So that is a very important period in a advanced compensation cycle in general. And
So,
then,
do we test it like every year, like as a part of this process? We have a merit process every year, right? So
Yeah.
do we need to? Yeah.
It depends. If nothing changes, I would still recommend that, you definitely test it out just to make sure that nobody else has edited your setup. If your requirements are changing year on year, then you may have to conduct testing into more detail to see if it is working perfectly. So it really depends. But every year, yeah, definitely recommended to test at least to see if you will be doing many configurations and not touching them for a whole year. So you cannot guarantee that nobody would have really by mistake also done anything to those setups, or eligibility rules may have fields that Workday would have deprecated. Just examples, right, of what scenarios you can encounter when you test again after a year. So yeah, since you don't do it very regularly, testing is recommended for year on year.
How do we migrate the changes to the higher environment?
You can use the object transporter in Workday to migrate, like to create a migration package and then move all the instances, or you can just physically copy paste. Usually we do both. Sometimes the first one misses certain instances or fields, then we move it physically. But it may only be required the first time you're setting your system up. If your organization is already doing it year on year, so something is already there and it's like basic tweaks or modifications that you may need to do, right? So it may not even require that much effort. So in that case, you can just physically make the changes between the tenants. Or if you're doing an entire new creation of everything, that's when I would suggest you depend on a migration tool that Workday provides.
Okay.
Like it's a best practice, right? Before testing in the production, before moving to the production, we can test everything in the sandbox.
Yes, and it's crucial because sandbox would have your updated data, given that it refreshes in most organizations every week. So when you do it in sandbox first, it basically helps you compare, right? What's working, if the numbers are correctly displaying, if the eligible people are showing up or not. If they're not showing up, probably they have an in progress event that is not being taken care of, or a promotion or a merit. So there could be many misses and many things that you need to look at with most effective data or updated data, right? Which is why sandbox testing is very important. And in Workday Prod, it is recommended that when you do finally launch, you launch it only once. You don't do it more than that, because if you do it more than that, then it creates a timestamp and it looks like you have done your cycle more than once or cancelled it midway. which can create confusions. So yeah, it's always recommended that you test it thoroughly just before launching and prod.
Thank
Yes, no worries. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your questions. Going forward, so best practices, comprehensive sandbox testing, clear role definitions is very important. You need to define who's doing what in the system very clearly. Iterative configuration, if you're having the compensation review going into different approval stages, make sure you have a proper setup, right? It should not end up going in loops or get stuck. So make sure you're doing that. Document your configuration always, because there could be changes every day and it gets harder to track as we evolve in the process. Plus, since it's a year on year thing with most companies, it will be helpful to see what was done last year and what is getting changed this year. So it makes it easier if you just document everything. Pre-launch verification and a communication plan is also essential. Then you need to also define the data for the configurable grid, because that's where all the action happens, right? Like entering data, not calculation. The calculation will happen in the back end. So yeah, those are the best practices, so to say, and you can read in detail in this PPT as well. Okay, all right. So we just have another PPT that I wanted to cover and then show you also in the tenant how it's set up. Let me share the other one. Yeah. So we'll be discussing in detail the participation rules for as well. And this is where the second step in the business process kind of we just saw makes a difference. So in the after initiation, you usually have the step manage impacted employees. What does that mean? The managed impacted employees step basically tells you who all are impacted during the in progress event. What could be the impacts? They could have an in progress transaction, a change job that is on their profile, or they might have an in progress manager change going on, in progress leave of absence, or they might be taking a leave or that just got approved, or you could have compensation change itself or a promotion that is interfering with your effective date and the snapshot date, right? So when such events happen during your in progress review season, Workday gives you a way to handle this and make sure the events are coordinated, right? So we will mainly focus on this then for the next 40 minutes. So introduction to what exactly is the role of an event coordination. The core concept here would be the review participation rules, compensation review participation rules, significance of effective dates, configuring event coordination in Workday. How do you configure that? Practical application, like creating and managing those participation rules. And then we'll also go through a scenario here to discuss the merit and bonus overlap in case of an overlapping cycle. How do you handle those? And then the key benefits and strategic value and the best practices for a successful cycle. So yeah, those will be the topics from here on. So what is coordination of events? Managing multiple concurrent or sequential compensation processes. If there are different cycles happening together, merit and bonus can be overlapping for some eligible people, or there could be merit and stock that is overlapping between people, eligible employees. Then you would need to have rules in the system to coordinate within these events, right? And then ensuring that changes from one event are accurately reflected before another is finalized. So, for example, of merit and bonus, let's say the bonus depends on the employee's base pay, right? It should be, let's say, 10% of the base pay. But if there is a merit in process, the base pay is going to change. So what should happen first, right? Maybe you guys can take a shot at guessing which cycle should complete first and which should happen second. Any guesses?
I think the merit will come first.
All right. Any other guesses? Okay. Yeah. So sorry, someone was saying something.
The payroll should be run first, then merit, then bonus.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. So payroll would be happening on its own, definitely, and then the merit happens. So merit would happen in the Workday platform. Merit will be the first one to happen, and then a cycle, the base pay changes, and then the bonus is calculated on the new base pay, and that's the sequence of events that should be followed. So ensuring changes from one event to other, that's how it kind of comes into play. So why is this crucial, right? Because it will definitely help you prevent conflicting data or calculation errors. It ensures fairness and accuracy in compensation awards, supports complex organization and compensation strategies, right? So if you have multiple compensation reviews happening across your org, you just need to make sure what is the sequential strategy through which everything will happen, right? So if there are interdependent factors between the cycles, then definitely one has to complete for the other one to begin. So yeah, look out for that. Now coming to participation rules, it is a specific criteria which determines the employee participation in a compensation event that impacts another, or how the status changes affects their inclusion in the review process, which means that if there is already a change going on with the employees outside of the merit cycle, if that particular event will affect their inclusion in the review process or not. So in case of a termination, will they still be included? Will they still be not? You can define those things through the participation rules. The main purpose is to manage the status changes like promotion transfers, terminations during this period, handling overlaps between compensation events like merit cycle and off cycle promotions. Somebody who's getting a merit at the same time could be getting promoted if your organization allows it, and how you want to kind of handle those situations. Ensure correct data is used to process and the processor are applied logically. So you definitely have to strategize as to what happens in case of each of these events so that your merit cycle actually uses the processes correctly, right? Because it would be happening dynamically. So like if somebody's going through a change during the process in progress, Workday will dynamically decide, okay, to keep him or not into the process because you've already defined these rules. So let's say somebody gets removed by mistake, like they're getting terminated, but somebody just withdraws their resignation and they need to add back. That will not be taken care of by your participation rules, because once removed, he's out, right? He's just removed from the cycle. This then will become a manual action for you to add that person back into the cycle, which is possible. So just keep in mind, whenever you have these participation rules running in your tenant, they will do the first action, but they will not do a retro action in case of something getting cancelled, like a termination. So yeah, you have to make sure that you're auditing those withdrawals or rescinds or cancellations as well.
If we have number of the number of changes at a time, like how we can manually do that? It will take some time, right?
Yes. So usually what we do is we kind of run a report every morning for the cycle days. So if it is in progress for 1 month, throughout the month we would be running reports to recognize what are the events and if it has impacted the employee eligibility. Workday also provides you a report, which we will see in the tenant soon, where it will list the employees that have gotten impacted. So it shouldn't be a lot of numbers. Usually, rescinds and withdrawals are not on a daily basis, right? And because there will be not a lot of eligible members, it's usually a handful of employees that you can manage on a daily basis if you're doing the audit on a daily basis. So looking at the workday report as to what the rule did, it gives you a report to say, okay, this rule removed these people, added these people. You can just go through those employees and see what has happened actually, and determine whether or not to add them back or remove them manually. So yeah, you can do that as a general practice when you start the cycle.
Okay, it's automated report, right? It will
Yes.
give us automatically. Yep. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Thanks for your question. Yes. Any other questions?
This termination, coordination, everything will be configured like in the upcoming sessions.
Yes, we will be configuring the participation rules, and also at the end I will show you on the tenant how it looks, so that you have an idea of what's the configuration setup.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we have exercises that will require you to configure participation rules as well. So yeah.
Yes. Sure.
All right. Yeah, moving on then to significance of effective dates. I think I shared a list of dates with you all. So if you could go through the recording for that, if you require, you can. So the main dates: process period start date and the end date, and the organization snapshot date. There's also a exception effective dates as a concept, but not configured in general on the review process. And there's another additional date that we will look at it's called the compensation snapshot date. So let me cover one by one. Process period start date. Basically, like I said, it's the start date of the evaluation period itself. So if I'm doing a cycle effective for September, from last year August to this year August, I would evaluate the change jobs, the compensation, if there are any target changes, what's the performance, all of that will happen between that period. Anything happening outside of that, like maybe my cycle is effective 15th of September, and 1st of September there is somebody who's going through a change, it wouldn't be considered, right? Because my end date is 30th of August or 31st of August in this case. So that's the essential requirement for period start date and end date. The primary date for determining employee eligibility for the compensation process itself. Then going to the compensation snapshot date, it's used to confirm if the employees are in active eligible organizations, and it is crucial for your event coordinations as well. Organization snapshot date basically determines who will get your budget, meaning whoever is the manager of before this on or before the the organization snapshot date, that's the person who will get the budget to award the merit. Okay, which if has a change after manager change after this organization snapshot date, that person will not be getting budget or will not be able to propose the award for. This is because, like, now let's say my compensation snapshot date is somewhere around 1st of September, and I get moved to a new manager effective 2nd of September. The manager I was working with till 1st of September better knows my performance for the last year or the evaluation. And during the process being open, I could go through several other manager changes, right? So, which is why Workday puts a snapshot date in place to make sure that the right manager or right planner is getting the amount and getting the information on the grid to make the rightful decision. Once it's been launched and the task assigned, it cannot be reassigned to the new manager. So, which is why snapshot date is extremely important and has to be a business decision as to when you want to be having, like, what date you should set up on your process for it. So, any questions on these three dates? Process start date, end date, and organization snapshot date?
Anita, one question. The compensation snapshot date, which you newly told. So basically, these dates will, when we'll keep actually order wise. I mean, the period end date you are saying approximately as a practical example, 1st August of 2025, right? Let's say.
Yes.
So compensation snapshot date and organization snapshot date will be there, right? So when we will keep that generally, isn't it? It's a recommended practice.
Yeah. Organization snapshot date, it really depends on the business. It can be before or after the process period end date. Most of the times I've seen it being, after the process period end date. So if you want to accommodate a few extra days to decide, okay, the most recent manager should be getting it, right? So in that case, you can set it up after the process period end date. There are companies that also select a date within the same process period start and end date. So if my end date is, let's say, 1st of August, I can set it up to be July 25th, or I can set it up to be September 1st. It really depends on what your business needs or wants to do, or who they want to give the budget to. So yeah, it's totally on the business. There is no hard and fast recommendation, but yeah, most of the times I've seen it happen before the process period end date.
Okay. On compensation snapshot date?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Yes, so compensation snapshot date basically means it's this date when you will consider the employee's snapshot date, right? The day you want to fixate on the compensation, which will show up on the grid. So let's say that my compensation snapshot date is 1st of August. And on 1st of August, my compensation was $500. Okay. And on 2nd of August, it changes to $300, right? If my compensation snapshot date is 1st of August, then it will only take the compensation effective of 1st and not what's changed after that. So that's what the compensation snapshot date is. And usually I've seen that organization snapshot date and compensation snapshot date are the same or used for the same date. That makes it more easier because it just puts the employee frozen in that time period, right? That with this manager and this compensation, they are getting evaluated in the compensation review process. So there is again no hard and fast rule over there as well. And it's on you how you want to set it up.
Okay, got it clear. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So exception effective dates. It allows you to have different effective dates basis of overrides using eligibility rules. So, although not recommended, usually since it's an organization wide review campaign, most of the times in those cases, having a singular effective date makes it much easier because then you'll have to plan for various dates and exceptions. Only if required, in very rare circumstances, you can go with overriding the effective date that you are putting into your review process in the beginning itself. So, how do you get to manage or configure event coordination in Workday? So, you create the rules and then put the step into the business process, which is the step we saw: manage impacted employees, and then also have organization type alignment, right? So, what each of this topic means: compensation review participation rules dictates the influence or how each of these merit award will be processed for any employees that are getting impacted by other conflicting events. So we'll be creating the rules and also we will also see the rules in the end of the session that are there currently in the tenant. Then business process configuration, you will be leveraging the steps like manage impacted employees within the compensation business process right after the initiation step for this participation rules to kind of kickstart, right? On this step, it basically starts evaluating. Organization type alignment, you need to also make sure that what is selected as an organization type, whether it is a supervisory org or location hierarchy when initiating the process, because then it will align with your business process configuration for the shared participation reviews, which basically means that on the shared participation reviews, it follows a hierarchy. So if you put supervisory, it will follow manager and manager's manager on that hierarchy. If you put some custom org or location and there is a hierarchy in place, only then it will follow that hierarchy of, owner or manager's manager of that particular organization. So it really, most of the times I've seen only supervisory or any custom org being used, but you get to choose other organization types as well and build participation rules on that as well. As in, when somebody's changing a location, they might get impacted, or when they're changing a manager, they might get impacted, and you can build rules for that kind of a change as well. So yeah, so once you build these rules and logic, you basically apply it. How does that happen, right? So the dedicated Workday steps you need to do is create new compensation review participation rule for bonus, stock, or merit, whichever cycle you're currently running. What is the rule logic? Who should be included, excluded, and how their compensation data would be modified based on the events or the criteria you have set up. Application point is basically the step manage impacted employees, which is the second step in the BP itself. So when you initiate it, it automatically runs, and then you can see who's getting impacted. So coming to the scenario here, when a company runs its annual merit review process, concurrently there's a quarterly bonus plan that is also being processed for some of the same employees. So what happens in this case? Coordination in roles in action. So the challenge is that bonus might be based on the base salary. And if merit increases are not processed first, then the bonus calculation could be on the previous salary, which would be incorrect. So that's the problem statement here, right? So like we discussed, you will need to make sure the events are sequenced, meaning you need to first finalize your merit and then start your bonus calculation. Don't try to run both of them in parallel, because then the calculations might not work out. Participation rules, when you're planning to have the bonus calculations and bonus cycle run, and even if it is overlapping maybe by a day or two, you can set up rules that can handle the new post salary, but you will have to wait, right, for launching it, because once only the merit is finalized, then only it will actually take effect into the employee's record. Because if it is in progress, there's nothing going into your bonus cycle. It will still show the old salary. So finalizing the merit is a very pivotal step for a bonus to run correctly. Rules can also handle employees who become ineligible mid-process but still might remain eligible for a prorated bonus. So you can also select the kind of configurations to say who gets what when they become ineligible or still receive a prorated bonus or merit. The outcome here is accurate merit awards and then subsequent bonus payments processed in correct order. So this is just one scenario of a very, very simple one, but you will see multiple bonuses happening together sometimes, or just happening parallelly with merit. In those cases, your strategy comes into play as a consultant. It's just not for advanced compensation. It's just not, your tool, but also letting the business know that these are the impacts, you need to plan this way or strategize this way. So keep that conversation always flowing. Otherwise, it's you who's gonna face problems with the configuration.
And one question on that. In the second point, event sequencing you are telling, right? So it is like a error message will be proceeding like merit should be processed or to do like that, or we will be sending an email to them to take action kind of thing for the merit to
Yeah.
complete.
Good question. There will be no alert or notification that Workday will give you that this person is already in an in progress compensation event. You can build that validation though. You can build it on your bonus processes to say if a person is in progress compensation review, let's not for merit or any other plans other than this, then don't process. You can build if you have the clear requirement, and that way whenever you're awarding something on a bonus grid, it will pop up saying that hey, this person you cannot award until this is complete, but there's nothing delivered that will show up. So the salary, once you launch the bonus, if you have the salary there or the base pay, it will still show the older amount before the merit finalization amount. So you have to finalize it for it to reflect the new amount. So that's why launching after merit finalization is always the best solution.
Merit finalization in the sense completing the whole compensation review process, all the steps.
Exactly, all the steps.
Okay.
Any other questions? So I will show you the rules. Sorry, not rules. Yeah, rules in the tenant.
One question. When you're talking about the merit finalization, that is you're talking about off cycle or just start of confirm off cycle merit or cycle merit, which you're talking.
Cycle merit. So if you have a on cycle merit going on, which is the review process, that has to be completed for sure.
Okay.
Yes, and it also actually applies for your off cycle. Like if you don't have a cyclical event and you're just proposing merit for just like a handful of 10 employees out of 1,000, in those cases only we would do it outside of cycle, right? Because honestly, you don't need to have an entire budgeting, this all of these steps for just 10 employees. In those cases also, like if you need your bonus to show the new salary, you have to complete the compensation change in Workday first. So the key concept here to catch is that once you complete the entire review process, Workday just puts a compensation event on the employee's profile or completed event, right?
Yeah.
And if that is not there, then bonus will not calculate on the new amount. So off cycle or on cycle, in both cases, you need to have a completed compensation event or the most updated compensation for your bonus to calculate on basis of that.
Okay, Anita. Thanks.
So now in this we are creating the different participation rule set for both the merit and the bonus as well.
Yes, you can create, like you can see my screen. These are some example rules. That's why there are 2 rules each for the kind of rule types, but you can create different rules for different processes over here. So you can create one for bonus, for merit, for organization, and also stock, and then also termination. So these are some key rule types for which you will need to determine in Workday what needs to happen. And yeah, that's how these rule sets come into play. So let me quickly show you so it will give you some idea. I actually need to share my entire screen for this. Just one second. Yeah. So let's start with bonus, right? So let me go back a step. So this task called maintain compensation review participation roles. Once you search for this will show you what are the rules that are available in your tenant. Right now, in this example tenant, there are 10 rules. And if you need to create one, you can create from here only, or you can search for the task, create participation rule set, and then begin to create your rule. So over here in the tenant, you will see that you have 2 rules for each event. One is to keep the employee and pool contributions when there's a parallel process to bonus, and one is to remove the employee and the pool contributions. So let's take a detailed look at the actions also. If there are already existing rules, you don't need to create any. Let's say, for example, one of us was asking whether or not every year you need to revisit. Let's say that your business decides a different strategy. In that case, you can come back after a year and just edit this rule to fit the new definition or requirement. You don't need to create every time, because then the system will get confused for each rule. So usually make sure that, or if not, make sure, like, maybe ask your business to have a clear definition, so that for each process you can have one rule and not more than that. That way you don't confuse the system as to what has to be done. So yeah, now going into the rule. So here is where you will see these options. So since I've clicked on bonus keep employee, so this rule is basically saying what has to be done if the employee is going through compensation changes on or before compensation snapshot date. On or before. So if my date is 1st of August, on 1st of August or before that date, what should Workday do if there's a parallel event, right? We have selected here, keep the employee to the latest data. You can also choose to remove the employee if he's going through a compensation change, or keep the employee data fixed. You can also keep it fixed to what the value was before the latest change, and then update the pool per latest data. So you can let your budget automatically update, right? If the compensation target or the merit target in that new compensation event before the snapshot date is changing to from 5 to 10%, then your pool will also add an additional 5% now basis the new salary, or 10% on that basis the new salary. So, and then it will display the new target. So you get to select what you really want to do, like in case of the changes. Then the second tab will give you options for between the compensation snapshot date and effective date. So my snapshot date is 1st of August. My effective date is 15th of September. So in these 45 days, if I am to go through a compensation change, what should the system do? Either you keep the employee in the bonus or remove them. Do you want to remove the pool contribution, or do you want to keep the pool compensation fixed? So basically, like you can see, Workday doesn't even give you the option to update the pool after the compensation date has passed, right? So this is very strict functionality of Day, and very fair also, that since you would have just received a compensation change, between these dates you only get limited options. Either you keep them or remove them, and keep the pool or remove the pool, right? You can choose to remove the employee and still keep the pool if you want your planner to use the pool for somebody else who's not got a hike for a longer time, or like however they want to kind of distribute it. You can also choose that. But in this case, the rule says that employee should be kept and the pool is fixed, which means it's still calculated basis of the older compensation and not what's been updated between 1st August to September 15th in this case.
I'm sorry, I am a bit confused. Effective date is if the compensation cycle is from January 1st to December 31st, say for example. So
Yeah.
effective date is it from January 1st, 2025 to December? Is it January 1st or is it December 31st?
It should be after the process period end date. So whatever your process period end date is, you can keep it a day after that. But usually you will take like a month to even evaluate, right? So let's say your process is ending in December, you would open the cycle in January, let's suppose. Then your effective date will become 1st of Feb.
Okay, probably, effective date is when the merit is
effect, that will be the new effective date.
okay.
And let's say that because you're going to take that first month of January to calculate, right, for the business to enter the amounts and everything, but you are calculating only for January to December 2024, and January 2025 there could be other changes happening in the system, so you may want to set up your snapshot date somewhere in January. Then whoever is going through that change, let's say 2nd of January, anybody who's getting a hike, promotion after 2nd of January will get removed, if you select that, from the process itself, and on 1st of Feb, which is your effective date, they will not have any bonus or merit if you want to remove them. So that's the option here. So basically you could look at compensation snapshot date as the option to keep the employee's compensation considered in a specific time frame. An effective date is when the new compensation is taken in effect.
And this, if you are saying that if you are keeping employee in bonus, let's say from after that compensation snapshot date we are keeping, but proration will happen whatever the period start date to end date, that only, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the participation event rules,
Okay.
and proration rules happens on a different
As it is with you.
Yeah.
How it works.
So-
Yeah, that part I understand. Yeah.
So we will see the proration rules also in the next session. We will see the proration rules.
Sure. So
So
this participation is basically on the changes which is happening. Based on that, what we are setting this option, right? Any
Yes.
compensation. What are the changes will be considered when we are considering this?
yeah, a list of changes. I will definitely cover that in the coming sessions.
Okay.
So yeah, I will let you know, like wherever the compensation can change is the event that will get considered. So promotions, compensation, request compensation change, termination also can be a reason to consider. And then there are organizational changes that can happen, right? So I will give you maybe a defined list, or at least discuss it in the upcoming sessions, so that you know, okay, these are the what you call it, events that I need to be careful about, right? Or this will be considered when the participation rules are getting evaluated. So yeah, I will do that in the coming sessions.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions? All right. So yeah, really good questions. Keep them coming. Yeah. So after effective date, what do you want to do? Do you want to still keep the employee in bonus? Because here what it's saying is there is a new event in the system that is after the effective date of the whole cycle. So if my effective date is 15th of September, there's somebody who's given them already some kind of compensation or target change effective, let's say 18th of September. And although the 18th September compensation will not get considered because a snapshot date is way before that, but still do you want to keep the employee and keep the pool? That's the option that you get to select. And then you get to select ruled profiles also, meaning when you get into the tenant, you can set up eligibility rules outside of this also, as in if they should remain eligible for certain situations like certain plans, if they have certain management levels, right? Such kind of scenarios where you want your manager plus management level 8, 9, 10 plus employees to still be eligible, but the rest should be removed, or vice versa. You can also play around with a matching rule profile, right? So that option is also available. This was bonus. Let me show you a compensation, this merit rule as well. Let me show you a rule where they are removed. So here, this is the rule set up specifically for merit, and you can see if there's a compensation change on or before snapshot date, they're asking to remove the employee and remove the pool contribution as well. The other options here are keep the pool fixed, or you can update the pool as per the new latest transaction, or you can just clear the award, like whatever would be proposed, it just goes blank because there's a new event. So that the manager manually calculates it and then updates the award. Or you can keep it fixed, or you can update it to the most latest target that would have been calculated, right? So you can decide how the Workday tenant should handle your parallel events in case of in when the merit is in progress. Between compensation, yeah.
So that award option, what is the meaning of this? The first award,
This one?
what it will be? It will be removed like that.
Okay, so basically the field where the amount and the percentage will be mentioned. Let's say my target percent for merit is 10%. Okay, and my salary is $100. So I will show that 10% in an editable field in the grid. So manager can move the needle, right? He can make it 8% or 5%, and then my new salary will show accordingly, whatever the new calculation is.
Yeah.
During this time, let's say I am getting a new salary, right? And then the awards behavior, like what do you want that particular percentage or amount field to behave like if I get a promotion during on or before snapshot date, do you want the award to still show, or you can just make it disappear, the 10% and the $100, or you can keep it fixed even though I have a new salary in the system? You can choose to keep it fixed, or you can ask Workday to show the updated number there, maybe change to 8%, and I get a salary of $200 now. So from 100 to it will go 200, and from 10 to 8%, it will automatically change when the process is in progress itself.
Okay. Basically, this will be on the grid place, right? In the planner.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, correct. So all of
remaining, yeah, left side, whatever it is there, it is like pull everything.
Yes.
Right? The other options. Okay.
Yeah. So you will see the options changing slightly, but it's basically how the grid reacts. So
Okay.
this is the backend rule that is actually helping you calculate it, right? And then the grid will display whatever you have selected here. Automatically the grid will start displaying basis of these, evaluating these roles during an in progress event.
Yeah, understood. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, in this case, again, between the compensation date and effective date, it's better to remove the employee. So most often you will see that that option is selected, and then remove pool contributions, because you can choose to keep it with the manager or remove it. And then the award options are also here, where you can apply increase percent or an increase amount, or keep the payment fixed. Yeah. And then after the effective date, I'm sorry, there's a little background noise. Is it bothering you, or are you able to hear it? Then I'll just change my location.
Able to hear you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let me know if it is disturbing, then I will move. Yeah, so the last tab here is after the effective date, whether or not you want to still keep the employee included and keep the pool, right? And all of these options again has an option for you to have rule profiles basis of their some employee factors only, like you can select their management level or location or a specific type of group that needs to act differently for merit or bonus there or stock. You can do that. So yeah, that's mostly the rules. You will get the tenant access by, so I will, or actually sorry, I think you will be getting the access. So once you do, maybe you can just go into this task, go through each rule, try to make sense of it, right? Look at the business process, and then we will start going into the tenant and doing configurations. So then you can spend some time in the weekend or Monday to complete the lab exercises. So yeah, we'll start exploring the tenant more in depth.
Okay.
Alright. Okay, so that was it from my end. For any final questions that you have?
On that exception effective dates, what is the meaning actually? For one of the slide you mentioned.
Yeah, so honestly, I've not seen it being used, and it is a very manual process to make exceptions in a merit cycle. Maybe when we do the configurations, I will show you how it's done.
Okay.
What is the example? So I'll make a note so that I can definitely show. So if you can see my screen, I will be going through the lab activity modules listed here, and I will tell you which ones we are covering so that on Monday, or if over the weekend, if you have some time and you get the tenant access, you can plan to also complete these exercises. And most specifically, we will need all of the configurations done as mentioned in the lab activities, because they all tie up together in the final configuration or launch processes. So whatever is listed here and the way we configure it in the live class, it would be essential that we follow the same format, or at least go through the same steps, right? And do it the same way. So in case you have any questions during this activity, let me know and we can discuss them live. And also, once you're doing this on your tenant, if you have any questions, you can ask me the next day, right? Like if you're stuck or if something's not working, we can take a look at it together. So, without any further delay, let me get started. So, we'll be starting with the module 1, lab activity module 1, which is create compensation eligibility rules. We have spoken briefly about the eligibility rules, and basically what they do is they give you, it's a rule that makes the people or the employees that you select within the rule eligible for the compensation plan or the merit plan or whatever plan you will be assigning to them. Or compensation eligibility rules can also be used to default compensation or populate an automatic compensation plan directly on an employee's pay structure, and that happens in the core compensation module. In within advanced compensation, it would be these rules that you're using to assign the merit, stock, or bonus plan, and also derive how their merits will play out when we do further configurations, which is why this is like the stepping stone to your entire configuration, right? So once you have the access to the tenant, this is how it will look like. Make sure that you're following the naming convention of the rules strictly, and adding maybe your name underscore your name to every configuration. So then it will be easier for you to find that when you need it, right? So when we go move to actually assigning merit plan to employees, you can find your rule pretty easily, right? Or if it's not used in assignment of the plan, it would be used later on when we are doing the launch process itself. So yeah, so moving on. So the first task is to create the compensation eligibility rules. Now your lab module 1 would expect you to create 5 rules, and I would urge that once you get the access, you complete all the 5, because we'll be using it at different stages. As part of the session, I will be configuring at least 3 rules so that it stays with you, the steps, right? So when you're inside the tenant, you have to search for this task called the compensation eligibility rule. Once you're on the screen, you will see various fields that you need to fill out. And in Workday, the red asterisks basically means that it's a mandatory field, right? So you will have to enter a description here, and just following the description that is mentioned in our assignment. Then once you are done with the description, go into the condition rule, and this is where the source external field or condition rule field is where you will enter what you want to pull as a data in your rule, right? So I need the data of all the organizations and superior organizations. So I'm going to search for that field here. And more often than not, when building compensation related configurations or rules per se, you should see report fields that have bracket compensation, and some of them would not have this. So always the preference would be to select the field that has bracket compensation mentioned, because those are specifically designed for the compensation related tasks. So here I will select the operator, which means you get to select what you really want the rule to do. So whether or not you want a count, you're looking at something greater than another thing. So various options, right? So I'm going to have to select the organization I want this compensation rule to be eligible for. So I'm going with any in the selection list, and then I will type what I need, right? Which is the IT operations group. So let me see if that exists. Yeah, IT operations group. So this is the most easiest rule in your assignment. So basically what we're telling here in the rule is that organizations, from all the organizations that are there within the compensation module or HCM, basically from those, any in the selection list can be selected, and I'm going with IT operations group for this particular role. In other scenarios, you may need more than one conditions to satisfy, right? So you can click on the plus icon here and keep adding on. So there's an and an or condition. And if you want to club certain conditions together, you can use the brackets here. So when I put another condition here, a condition within a condition, so to speak, I can add it within the brackets, right? And say, okay, I want this condition to satisfy, and then the whole condition would make sense. So that's how you build condition rules in Workday, and we will see more scenarios with condition rules in general also. So for the first one, this is all we need to do, and your description is the name of the rule or what will be displayed. So I'm going to just add my initials here, and maybe you can do the same thing, or just add your name in the end so that you can find this rule easily when doing the other steps. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. So my compensation eligibility rule is selected, right? Or basically completed, not selected, completed. And if you have existing rules in the system, many times, often than not, you will already have a lot of rules built. So you can search for condition rules by just searching for view compensation eligibility rules. And when you find a rule that may look like it's going to fit your requirement, you can also see where it's being used. Before editing any compensation rules in the tenant ever, always make sure you check where the rule is being used. In case you are selecting an existing rule and you need to make edits, make sure that it's not being used anywhere else. Otherwise, any other system configuration could suffer or be impacted, right? So just a system hygiene there. Just make sure that when you need to edit an existing rule, just in case, you check the rule usage or create a new one if it's being used in multiple places, right? So yeah, in this case, I just created the rule. So this is just a new one. It wouldn't show anything under the rule usage. I'm going to go ahead and create another one, the next one. And here, check the description. It says GMS. Yeah. So this is the name of the role, and then I add my condition values. So in this case, I just need the supervisory organization. I need the supervisory organization for internal systems department. Let's see. Okay. It just says internal system in this tenant. So I'm going to go for that one. So this is my second role where I'm just looking for internal systems department, right? Or selecting that particular supervisory organization. Let's go ahead and click OK and save this. So my second rule is also saved. I'll just create one more. So this one is for the network telecom department. Yeah, and I'm going to select the org, network and telecom, click OK, and the rule is saved, right? So that's how you would simple rules or compensation rules in the system. So moving on to the next one, the next activity that we are going to be doing is configure review validations as well. So what is a review validation? A review validation is basically the rules that govern what happens in the in progress compensation review process. So for example, you have an in progress review in the tenant, right? Or and manager enters a promotion for somebody who's been promoted just maybe a week back. In that case, even if you populate all the details like all the updated recent staffing history on your grid, he sees that, and or maybe he just does not realize and still proposes a promotion on the review process. You want the system to let him know that through an alert, or just stop him right there saying that this person has already been promoted outside of the cycle, and you need to pay more attention whether or not you want to promote him again, right? So you can use the validation rules to actually suggest or populate errors, critical errors, or like just the warnings for a manager or the planner to actually make more informed decisions. So let me open the review validations module super quickly. So this is the one, it's the exercise 2.1, just after module 1, that you need to open, and we will be creating all of these rules. So let me so to create a compensation review validation, you need to access this task called maintain compensation review validations. This would be the task. So in the screen, as you can see, there might be existing validations sometimes. You will get an option to edit them if you have the comp admin security group assigned in your workplace, right? In your Workday tenant. Just a second, I have somebody at the door. I'll just be back. Yes, sorry for that. So basically, you will see any existing validations here. And as you can see, there are many categories here, right? So you can basically assign critical validations for multiple objects here, such as merit, then for bonus cycle, stock cycle, and if you have any related allowance, commission plans that need validations, you can do that too. And then on an organization level also, you can set up a validation, right, to say whether or not certain steps or certain people within some organization even need the merit to be proposed or not. Like, it depends from scenario to scenario. So you can select what exactly you need to set up the validation rule for. And during the process, we will also see how these validations kind of look like or populate, right? So in your activity lab activity, you will be expected to create critical validations. But since we are all going to be setting up validations in the same tenant, more or less, it may clog the future configuration. So at this point, I would say let's all have our validation set up as a warning. And the difference is that when you have a critical error in any business process in Workday, it's just not advanced comp. The severity critical means that if that error triggers, then the initiator cannot move forward with the transaction. If it is a warning, then they can move forward with this transaction, but it will still pop up an alert, a yellow alert saying that, hey, you have a warning. So they have to click into it and see what exactly the warning is, but they can complete the transaction at the end. So critical errors will not let you move forward. Same with review compensation. When you move forward and you have like several critical validations because your entire organization or a department is going to be setting up or doing merit, right? And or bonus or stock, there would be multiple errors that they will choose to ignore, and they will still be able to submit because the process is still in progress. But as a com admin, when you go to the finalization step, that's where it will not let you move forward until you resolve all the errors in the process. So we will definitely see that, and I'll set up some critical validations for us to review that in the compensation review process. But for now, let's all set it up as warning validations, right? So either you can click on maintain validations or new validations here and move with the setup. So I'm going to set up a rule for merit here, and I'm going to select warning. And my first rule says that you cannot propose a lump sum and merit for the same employee. So I'll give you a detailed explanation of what even lump sum means and in what scenarios you may end up using it. So lump sum basically means instead of a merit, you have one-time payments in Workday that you just pay certain amount of the compensation or a certain amount of money as a lump sum or as a one-time payment. The difference between a lump sum and a merit is that the merit proposal will be a percentage or an amount that applies to the total base pay, and it's a yearly increase. So every monthly salary will show a different amount or an updated amount once the merit is finalized, right? You can propose a lump sum instead of a merit also. And what lump sum is, basically it's not a hike or a increment on the existing base pay. It's not a yearly increment. It's just a one time reward, like a relocation bonus or like a retention bonus, right? You see different bonuses that is just one time payment, or even a referral bonus per se is a one time payment, right? Similarly, even lump sum is a one time payment. And why would somebody even choose to give a lump sum instead of merit? Well, there could be scenarios where you say that, okay, we have underperforming employees in the company who stand a chance to be better next year. And you don't want to give them a merit. You want to instead give them a lump sum. In such a situation, also, you can go ahead and ask the managers to propose a lump sum instead of merit. That way, it will not be an yearly hike, but they get something in terms of an award, right? Or there could be a scenario where the employees are always in a salary band or range, right? And somebody who's already at the end of the range, technically, they will have to promote him to the next level so that the next set of compensation range can be applied to them. But let's say those employees are not ready for a promotion as of yet. In that case, also sometimes managers choose to give a lump sum because they're already at the end of the range and they cannot be earning more than this in the same job. So they can propose a lump sum instead with as an incentive, and like not propose a merit or a yearly hike which will actually make them outside the range of the salary, right? So there are various scenarios where it can be used, and more often than not, I've seen that nobody wants to give both, right? Because it does affect your budget. Once you propose a lump sum amount, it will deduct from your budget, right? But the only difference is with a 2% merit, it calculates for the annual thing and the total base pay and then deducts. Lump sum is a one time thing. So if you put $100 or $1,000, it will just deduct that flat amount from your budget, right? So it, at any case, I think we should not be recommending anyone to propose both. And in the cases they do this as a mistake, I'm setting up this error, so they should not, they should get at least warned that they should not be proceeding with it. In general scenario, you would set it up as a critical error, right? So let's see if we have field related to lump sum payments. Yes. So you can select, okay, a little bit about the fields also. Let me just go back to the previous screen. So you will see these little icons, right, for every field. Now, they mean different things in Workday, and this is also available out there on Google or Workday community in case you have access to it. So each of these signs basically mean the instance within the Workday's tenant. So as you can see, lump sum effective date. This field will tell me when the lump sum is effective, and that's why there's a little calendar icon here. This field is an amount field. That's why you see a dollar sign. This is a percentage field. Sorry, I scrolled too much. Yeah, this is the percentage field. So you see a hashtag kind of thing here. And this is a single instance field. Sometimes one field can relate to multiple instances, in that you'll just see more Spocks around here. But yeah, since this is a single instance field, it shows up as one, right? So you'll have multiple options there. So for this case, we will select the amount field, and when you click into the three dots of a field, it also gives you a description. If it's a Workday delivered field, it will give you a description of what this field is about and the business object and what is the category and usages. Yeah, so you get a detailed view over here. So whenever you're selecting a field, you can check what you're selecting if it's what you need on your rule. Otherwise, if you select an incorrect field, it might just not work properly, right? So yeah, it's a good practice to check the description when you select a field here. So what we do need is the lump sum amount for the employee. This is shown in the pay range currency. So within the same currency, the lump sum amount is shown through this field. So I can select this, and then I will say I don't want it to be greater than 0. Okay, this is the first subset of my role. Then I add another row and say merit increase also if it is more than 0. Yeah, so it's a amount field and same business object. Adjustment for this is the business object you'll see a lot in our configurations for advanced compensation. So it just says that merit increase amount for the employee, and this is also shown for the employee's pay range currency. So this would be the appropriate field for me to go with, and even this is in case greater than 0, right? So my rule is basically saying if you have a lump sum amount which is greater than 0 and a merit increase that is greater than 0, that's when you need to trigger this rule, right? So I will go ahead and save this condition, custom validation, and now you can see it is saved here. So when you go to this task maintain compensation review validations, you will see all the rules that are already existing in your tenant over here. And in case you need to edit them, you could edit them. But one fun fact is that when you are in middle of a cycle, you will not see these buttons, the new validation and maintain validation. So whenever you come to this page and you don't see this button, you should check if there is any in progress reviews in your tenant. If there are any in progress reviews, then you will not be able to access these tasks. You have to either cancel or complete that event or that compensation review event for you to be able to maintain validations or create new validations through this task, right? So yeah, that's how you would create a validation for your compensation reviews. Any questions before I create the second rule?
I mean, about the business object, can you elaborate why mainly we are using that?
As in, could you elaborate your question, please?
So mainly we are using that adjustment business object, right? So that is the one we will be
Yes.
using for this. Is there any
Yes.
more information about that object, business object?
I don't know if Workday provides, descriptive field around or description around it, but yeah, adjustment for is the business object that will, give you all these fields that you use for review processes or advanced compensation itself. So you can read up about it in community as well, but most often than not, you will see that most of your existing correct conditions kind of pull from this business object itself. And yeah, it's like just used for advanced compensation so far that I've seen. So if you see all the business fields here in or the report fields, you will see the description also here. So for in case you want to know more, you can just click on the business object and you will see all of these fields, right? And you will see all of this is more or less talking about compensation, right? So yeah, so you can most likely find all your fields within this business object. If not, there are also related business objects in Workday through which you can pull other fields as well. So yeah, but this is a primary business object when it comes to compensation reviews in general.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So moving on. Any further questions? Okay. So there is the second validation rule, which is also a merit validation rule, and it's going to be set up as warning. So let's go ahead and do that. So the description says 0 increase.
How much time the class has been? I missed. I just joined. I could not join it because I could not find the link.
You're asking for how long we've been in the class?
Yeah.
Yeah, we started at 7:05, and you will find the session recording uploaded by the tech support team, so you can definitely catch up. Did you just join?
Yeah. Few minutes back I joined.
Okay, so let me give you a little background to what we're doing and then keep moving forward. So
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. We are basically looking at the configurations in the tenant. So we started with creating simple compensation eligibility rules. It's a fairly simple process. So if you go through the recording, I'm sure you'll be able to figure out how to build compensation eligibility rules. We are in the second module now where we are building the compensation review validations, right? So the major difference between the two, or basically what compensation eligibility rule stands for, is it gives you the option to make a certain team or department or whatever, right? You want a group of people that have a unique instance. Maybe they have the same job profile or belong to the same organization or are belonging to the same management level or location, something that can help you put them in a group, okay, some object, and then you can configure a rule to say, okay, this particular organization or this particular team is eligible for merit or is eligible for a particular compensation plan. So when we get to building a merit plan or rolling out the merit plan, we will see how these are being used also. So yeah, that would be the compensation eligibility rule. The compensation review validation rule is more of a validation rule that is used during the in progress review, compensation review process. So when the manager has the actionable grid or the merit grid in configurable grid in their inbox, and they are proposing some numbers, right? They're going to go in there, propose merit for each one of them. And let's say you have certain rules to say that maybe they should not go above a percentage, maybe above 3%. The system should not allow them to propose a merit. In those kind of cases where you want strict adheration to certain guidance, during the process happening, you set up these validation rules, right? So right now we are setting up the validation rules, and once these are in the tenant and when we have the grid launched, you will see it in action. Like whenever I try to, like this rule, for example, is saying that for zero merit increase, they should not be moving forward, right? Or did not select yes, meaning they're not getting a merit increase even though they're eligible. In that case, the system should throw a warning saying that hey, you're not proposing anything for this person. So that's the kind of rules that you can select and save. I mean, configure and save for your future processes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. So yes, I have my description in here and it's a warning. Then I'm going to select the field, increase amount, and select equal to 0. Okay, just this. The second part of the rule doesn't make sense. Yeah, so yeah, in this case, I'm just saying that if the merit increase is amount is 0, then it will basically not be something that the planner should move forward with without getting notified about it, right? So I'm going to save this rule. Yeah. So here you will see that there are two rules that I've set up for the lump sum and merit to not be the same, and a 0 increase is being proposed or did not select yes in case of if they are moving forward with the merit, right? Yeah, so those are the validation rules that you can set up in the system. Any questions for this one?
So basically, we need to select both options when we are doing grid wise one, right? This one.
Yes, grid wise, it will throw a warning.
Okay. It is mandatory to select both options actually as a part of general guidance like that. It will be there. Any interrelated like setup level, that one, like the increase checkbox, set not increase, that select checkbox checking.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like there is no internal guideline as such, but I would definitely use you to, whenever you have those conversations as a Workday consultant, right? Check for the scenarios they do not want the managers to move forward with the merit, because that will actually translate into your validation rules. So there could be scenarios where they'll just mention like, non-performers or below average performers or someone with a rating of 1 to whatever that scale is should not be getting a merit or should get only lump sum. That becomes a validation for you, because you cannot tell the system to populate. I mean, you can tell the system to populate certain numbers. The managers still have the access to change it and, be partial or give more hike to a person who should not be getting it. In those cases, the errors will help, right? So it really depends on what your business requirement is. If they have scenarios where certain numbers should not be exceeded, or the budget should not be exceeded, or certain things should not happen together, like somebody who's getting a merit should not get a bonus, in that case you have to basically select over here put a rule that if merit is selected, then bonus should not be selected. And if in the bonus section, if they say if somebody's getting a bonus should not be getting a merit, vice versa, right? Whatever your primary event is for that cycle, for that primary event, you come to that tab and just put in a validation rule to say that, okay, bonus, it should not be selected for so and so.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, but for if the merit is like below par, right? If it is unsatisfactory, the person shouldn't be getting any increment, right? So in that case, it would be 0 only, right? So don't we need to add another condition saying that the person should have a rating of more than 1 or something like that?
Yes, we can do that, but you generally don't require a validation for populating a 0 for do not meet expectation or unsatisfactory as a rating. You will have a session on compensation matrix once we get more into depth and once you get used to the tenant. In that matrix is where we define these things. So we will we have a place in Workday or configuration where you will tell the system that if it is this rating, propose this much, right? A range of a percentage. So if somebody's meeting the requirements as a rating, then you might want to propose 4 to 5 percentage. If it is does not meet or satisfactory, then you want to propose a 0. There's no scope for them to get a merit. If somebody is exceeding, you propose more than 5 to 10%. So you can set up those things in the system, but Workday uses it as a recommendation to the manager, right? So if it is does not meet and it's a 0, he can still change. He can still change it. If your organization is strictly against it, only then you set up a validation, because otherwise it will come as a huge task for you at the end to resolve everything before you can finalize. So if they are saying, okay, we'll audit this manually, let them propose the numbers as they want, then you don't make it a validation or don't make it a critical validation, because at the end of the cycle, it will become a lot of blockers for you to finalize, right? And during the process also, you can pull out reports to daily present to your HR team or whoever that team is that's looking into the numbers that's being proposed, to say, okay, does not meet expectations or unsatisfactory low performing individual and has been proposed so and so numbers. So you can pull out reports and give it to them, and they can internally also discuss and change that in before the finalization. That way the errors would be lesser and it's just happening to the business environment itself, right? So yeah, so for reasons of you to be able to make the system as flexible as possible and giving your managers and teams more accountability as to what they're entering, let them try to have that more on organizational level than your validation. That's a general recommendation, but it totally depends on how the business wants things, right? Or how the company wants things. So it depends on the client also sometimes completely. So yeah, but yes, we do have a place where, or we do have a configuration which will be a good understanding for all of us onto how the matrix setup works. And we'll do some examples like this where you can see if they are not meeting expectations or having a rating of some numbers, you can set up the range for them as well, right? So yeah. Any other questions before we move on?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to review this from my work tenant. And I observe that we have bonus, we have stock, we have a commission, organization, but we don't have merit in this field. If I wanted to add merit, how do I go ahead to add it? I see salary review instead, but I don't see merit. Is it that they changed the name to?
Yeah. It could be possible that your organization there's an option to label override a process. So it could be that they have overridden the name as merit to salary review, because many organizations may not be using the term Workday delivers, right? So it could be that that's the merit cycle that they've been using, or they've been naming it as such. That could be it. Or if that's not it, then it could also be with your security access. So if you don't have access to one of these processes, then that may not show up to you. So it could be a security issue as well. So it's either that it's named in that way and you do have the access, or you just don't have access to the merit cycle. So maybe you can check internally, right, with your colleagues if on these questions, whether it's a security issue or they've been calling the merit as a salary review or cycle or something.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I have all access. Is there a place to go in Workday to be able to review maybe orders that may have been used that are compensation related?
There could be delivered reports, like it depends on what you need, right? Because core and advanced both compensation both have a lot of things, right? So depending on what you exactly need, maybe first place will be to check is this task called all custom reports, right? Let me show you that task, but this is more of reporting. So it would also need more access for you to be able to see this in your tenants, your work tenants. So over here, you can basically search if there are any custom reports that have been built in the past for compensation, merit. So there are various different reports you can just explore, or there could be merit also. And then there are Workday standard reports also, right? So you can also explore the delivered reports that Workday gives you. So I don't remember the task. Let me see. Yeah, Workday standard reports. So these are the reports that Workday directly delivers.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think I just saw what I was looking for. It's the maintain custom labels report. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yes, no worries. So yeah, reports will give you most of the required things. So you can try finding relevant reports. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. So let's go back to our review validations, and I'll set up maybe one for bonus so that there are two different lab activities over here. So you will see one for merit, which we just did, and then there's also one for bonus. So let me just set up something for bonus as well. So I'm in the bonus tab now, and I'm going to be setting up a new validation here. So the business case is that you will set up a bonus rule. Sorry, this is a participation rule, not a validation rule. I'm so sorry. Just give me a second. Yeah, in the review validation exercise, we just have it for merit, so there's no bonus. So we can move on to the next one, which is indeed the participation rules. So yeah, participation rules. We briefly saw how this is done. I'm going to start with the merit exercise. So if you have to create a new participation rule, you will search for the task, create compensation review participation rule. This typed, I think. Okay, let me go from here. Okay, I think I don't have access to this task. So the other task that you can explore is the maintain compensation review participation rule set, and then create a participation rule from here. So over here, when I create a compensation review participation rule from scratch, I have three options here. One is organization assignment, compensation parallel event, and termination. What does these three things mean? So organization assignment is basically you're setting up a participation rule set for any eligible employees that are already in an in-progress review. So these rules kick off when you have an in-progress review, right? And during that review period, if there is an organization assignment change, now in Workday, there are various organization types, but typically we look at the superior organization changes in a compensation during a compensation review process. So since a singular manager would be getting, let's say, one person's budget, right? It wouldn't be multiple managers over the period of time. It will just be one manager or one planner getting one budget for one person, for each of the reportees they have. Now, during the in-progress review or before the snapshot date or after the snapshot date, if the direct reportee is moving to another manager, how do you want Workday to behave? So that's what you will set up in an organization assignment rule. For a compensation parallel event, I think the name is self-explanatory. Since the eligible employee is already in a compensation review cycle, at the same time, if I propose or do a compensation change outside of the review process, like through request compensation change event or the change job event, and just change his salary or base pay, how do you want Workday to respond, because they are already in a review cycle, right? Similarly, termination during a review process, if the employee is in the grid gets terminated, how do you want Workday to respond? So this configuration helps you to define how Workday can act automatically, even when you are not, sitting with your hawk eye, just looking at the system saying, okay, these are all happening. Workday can take care of it to a certain extent, right? So when the grid is in the manager's inbox and somebody gets terminated or has a compensation event or an organization change, what should Workday do? That's what we are defining over here. So moving on, the first rule that we will set up is for a compensation parallel process. As soon as I click on it, it tells me what type of award I'm setting this up for. And I will be doing this for the merit first. Second, I'm just opening the activity on the screen. Yeah, so I'm going to do it first for the merit. So for merit, you will have to name the rule as well. There's no name given here. Okay, let's see. Let me name it something. Just ensure when you're naming the rule sets or rules in general, anything that you're configuring, you put alias or something like your credentials or whatever, like your name, so that you can find this later on when you need to configure or edit or anything, right? So once you scroll down, you will see 3 different options over here. On or before compensation snapshot date, between this compensation and effective snapshot date, and after effective date, right? So so you get to define what happens to the employee if there's a compensation event during these date frames, right, or periods. So here for the first one, we are saying that if there is a parallel compensation event and that is before the snapshot date, what should happen? In this case, generally we see that Workday, most of the clients, they allow the employees to stay in the pool because, or eligible and on the grid, because the compensation event is before the snapshot date. So technically, all the compensation in the system that is there before the snapshot date should be considered, right? If your business or client agrees that that should be the way forward, then what you can select is keep the employee updated to the latest data. So Workday would automatically consider the new compensation as soon as that event gets completed, despite the review being started with a different salary. So the review was launched, let's say, with a $1,500 salary base pay per month, and then they gave a increment, maybe a backdated one. They forgot to put it in the system or something, and they realized it late, and they now gave an increment of $2,000, right, or made it $2,000. So, and if it is before the compensation snapshot date, then Workday will automatically start reflecting it as $2,000 in the inbox and propose the merit on basis of the new salary now, basis of this option that you select, right? And since I'm updating the latest data, do I want to remove the pool contributions? No. I want to update the pool compensation to the latest data. This way, the budget will readjust. So if the budget was to give 2% increment on the $1,500, now the budget will readjust in the pool for the manager to be able to give a hike of 2% on $2,000, right? So here we are saying that if the employee is getting an updated comp, you also update the budget pool for them, right? We are not keeping the pool fixed. We are going to ask the system to update it, right? And then in this case, I will also ask the system to update the award. So when I ask the system to update the award, now it could also be that with the salary, the merit percentage is also changing, right? In case they are going through a job change or just a new merit percentage is being assigned, you can also select the new employee target as the new defining merit factor here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and select that. Any questions on this screen so far? Are these options clear to you, or let me know if you want me to further explain?
I mean, new employee target and I am not clear on that one.
Yeah, sure. I'll spend a little time on this. So previously entered percent, right? Let's say that Anita is showing $1,500 and her merit target, you can assign a target percentage for all employees in the beginning itself when you roll out the plan, through the plan, or like later also. So let's say that a target of 2% was assigned before the salary change. Now with the salary change, you are making the target, let's say 1%. So whether you want to retain the 2% with the new salary or want to keep a new target, which would be 1%, that's what you can select between these two, right? Previously entered factor. Now, factor is a more complex setup where you factorize the merit percentage. So you basically have different performance weightages assigned to your merit plan, and that's a different configuration and lengthy topic at its own. But more often than not, you will see these two options in play, right? The entered percent or new employee target. So yeah, yes. Yeah, somebody is asking a question. Okay. So moving on to the next set of dates, which would be between compensation snapshot date and effective date. So between the effective date and compensation snapshot date, right, there will be a time frame between these two dates usually that is used for the person, I mean the planner, to actually propose the merit, right? So for example, if I had to write down some dates, let's say period start date, I'll remove this. I'm just using this as a sticky note right now, but yeah, this does not require to be in the configuration. So let's say this is to keep it more simple, right? 1st Jan of last year. And then the process period end date would be 31st December of 2024. Let's pretend that we are in the earlier part of 2025. Little bit of time travel here. So, and I'm putting my compensation snapshot as, let's see, 15th in Feb. Okay, for example, and my effective date, when we finalize, when is the new comp effective? Let's say 1st of April. So what this says is that between the time period here, right, 15th Feb to 1st April, there's a pretty good gap of, let's say, 1 month and a week. So the planner gets ample time to actually evaluate, right, what is happening, and if there is a compensation change between these dates, how do you want Workday to action or kind of call out the parallel events? So in this case, that because it would have already crossed the compensation snapshot date, in this case, I will maybe remove the employee from merit, right? Because it's after the snapshot date. Now he's typically not eligible for a merit because the merit is playing out in the new financial year, in my case here, right? So you will also have to look at these dates in the angle of how your company does financial cycles, right? Like what is their one complete year and what is that financial year? Most countries it's Jan to December, but for countries like India, I've seen it being March to April. So yeah, so it depends how your client actually uses financials in the space of compensation, right? So compensation snapshot date, hence that's why it's important, because any transaction after this date typically is considered by finance a transaction in the next year's cycle, right? So in this case, if my business is sure that they don't want to give a merit to somebody who's already getting something for the next year already, then maybe they can remove that person, right? If they want to. And then do they want to remove the pool contributions, the 2% target amount that the budget holds, right? That will be removed automatically if you select this option, right? And if you want to keep the pool fixed, it only would remove the employee, and let's say the budget 2% for that employee still remains in the planner's kitty, and he can or she can try to assign it to somebody else, like give a better increase to somebody else. So that option is also there. But in this case, let's say because the employee is being removed and the pool or a certain amount of the budget is being used outside of the review anyways, we'll remove the pool contributions in this case also. So when you remove the pool contributions, you typically don't have any more options to keep the awards, right? As in when you remove the employee, you don't get any award options. But if let's say I kept the employee, then you will see them popping up, right? Now, if you keep the employee, either you can apply the merit increase percent or the amount, or you can keep the new pay amount fixed. Those are the three options that you get with keeping the employee. But in this case, since we are removing the employee, we can set it up this way, right? And in all the three tabs, you will see this eligibility rule profile. So since we are removing all employees, let's say you may have certain employees that you want to not remove. Maybe some departments or that would be eligible to get a merit for both the cycles, like let's say after the compensation snapshot date also. If they want, you can, set up a rule here. Let me search for any detail. Just for example, that is understandable by description. Let me use this. So let's say the job family HR should be kept in merit despite getting a hike, right? Despite being after the snapshot date, they have a compensation change, but the rule does not apply to HR because let's call it a special department or something. You can set up exclusions through rule profiles that way. You see the same options, but just in a different section, right? So this also can be applied within the participation rule set. And you can add more than one here. And for this, like you need your eligibility rules to be set up. This is how it would look. So for this case, I don't want any complexities. I just want everybody to not be eligible. And let me remove this. Yeah. And I want to simply just remove the employee merit and pool contributions.
Like top options, right? And you have a profile options. Which one would override if there is a conflict?
So this is your main configuration. Workday will always first consider this. Rule profiles are basically your segmenting or making a certain exception, right? Maybe a location that is not for which you don't want to apply this rule. So a part of the eligible population, maybe if it does not fit the definition for the entire organization, but a part of it, maybe the headquarter location should keep getting merit no matter what. Then you will set up a rule to say, this location, this headquarter office, anybody who mapped to these locations will continue to keep getting merit. So it basically gives you the option to segment or put a part of your population into a bucket where this rule doesn't apply to them. So this will be the main configuration, and if there is a scenario where it's overriding, it would want to select this. If there's a conflict, then this will only apply and not the rule profile, because this is the main primary rule set. But yeah, if you set it up correctly, there shouldn't be conflict, and Workday would simply not, it would throw errors. So yeah, that's what.
Yeah. Okay.